My apologies. I see some of our guests also already have joined. Our meeting is only starting at 9:30. 9:30. You are welcome to leave and rejoin because the meeting that we're going to have now from 9 o'clock to 9:30 will only be portfolio committee members. We are going to deal with the agenda and I don't want to keep you up with our minutes. You're welcome to leave the meeting. You're welcome to stay. Anything will goes. The ball is round and it's Women's Month. We have started 9 o'clock and end at 10, 11 at night up until last night. So it seems that there is a little bit of fatigue. I'm going to make a ruling that we move this meeting to 9:30. We will start 9:30, and obviously that will affect the line items on the agenda. But be as it may, we will accommodate our guests to deal with them first. With that said, uh, we will then be able to start 9:30. Thank you. I see the Honorable Nkosi is very happy. You can take a 15-minute power nap now. we are 2 minutes ahead of time. Seeing that we have a quorum, I'm going to start this meeting immediately. Honorable members, we are going to deal with the department today pertaining to the sport, and in this particular case, women's football. The agenda has been flighted for quite a while. I want members to indicate whether there's a proposal and a seconder that we can start this meeting. Honorable Molotani.
Thank you. Honorable Chairperson.
Honorable Molotani, not Musa. Molotani. Raise your
Yes,
hand, Honorable Musa.
Okay. First, Honorable Molatsani, and second, Honorable Musa. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Musa. Chairperson, good morning and good morning to honorable members. Before I propose for the adoption of the agenda, I would like to propose, Chairperson, that on the agenda, we swap some things around. The item 1, consideration and adoption of minutes, be the last on our item. Then we can be able to go straight to apologies and then presentation. Then I will propose for the adoption of agenda in that way I've just mentioned. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Molotani. I will only allow that if members promise me that they will all stay until the end of this meeting. If I get that undertaking, I will do that. That is tongue-in-cheek, Honorable Molotani. I don't have a problem. I think we can do so. There is a proposal. Honorable Musa, is that a seconder?
Yes, I second, Honorable Chair.
Thank you. Honorable members, I'm going to ask the Portfolio Secretary to indicate to us whether there's any apologies.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. We did receive an apology from Mr. Daniels, who will be in and out of the meeting. Ms. Ethel Nkosi will join the meeting a little bit late. Ms. Potgieter is not going to be able to attend the meeting due to prior commitments. Mr. Litsi, Mr. Kabo, and Ms. Spies are attending other committee meetings. And also, Chair, the Minister has indicated that he will join the meeting at 10:30 as he is finalizing another meeting. We also received an apology from Ms. Minipau, the CEO of SAFA, who will also be in and out of the meeting due to prior commitments. And Ms. Ellis, the head coach of Banyana, has indicated that she would like to leave the meeting at 10:30 and rejoin again at 12:30. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you so much. All in order. Is the minister now in the meeting?
The minister will join at 10:30, Chair.
What time?
At 10:30, he has indicated that he will join at 10:30, Mr. Chairperson.
Indicate to me if the minister is present. I'm having a very personal question to ask to him on behalf of the nation.
I will do that, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable members, good morning, colleagues. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, Honorable Chair. My apologies.
Honorable Musa.
Yes, I'm so sorry. I had my hand up. Honorable Chair, I just wanted to say today is our prayer day, Friday, and I also will take leave for 2 hours during the prayer time.
Thank you. Noted, Honorable Musa. Honorable members, it's my privilege today to open this sitting in this fashion, and also to have a meeting with the sport portfolio, sport, arts, and culture. We once again this morning meet to advance the values and to define our nation. For us as members of this committee, it's about equality, it's about an opportunity, and it's also about excellence for our athletes. More so, when we have a bird's eye view on the agenda, it's about the transformative power of sports and culture. This week, honorable members, we sat until very late, and I must say nothing has made me so proud seeing members pushing, fighting for accountability, all in the name of helping our athletes to grow. That spirit of oversight is what strengthens our democracy, and it's also what strengthens social cohesion in our country. I appreciate the fact that you have made sure that every rand is well spent. When we talk about Desiree, when we talk about Banyana Banyana, the issue of attendance at national sport events is of great concern. It remains a concern, honorable members, and this must change. Banyana Banyana deserves equal recognition, equal support, and equal investment. Something must be done to ensure that women's football receive the respect and resources it is rightfully deserved. Today's agenda will remind us that transformation is not only a slogan, and I can own up front, you will see this in the elaboration of members. As we engage the department, the Commission for Gender Equality, and SAFA, let us do so today with purpose and unity, guided by the belief that support is not just about competition, but also about nation building. Let us continue shaping a supporting landscape for our children, for our athletes, that truly reflects the pride and potential South Africa deserves. With that said, honorable members, I'm going to call upon the department to bless us with their presentation. The department.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Allow me to greet yourself. Not sure whether my camera is showing. To greet yourself, the honorable members present in the meeting, the Commission for Gender Equity, Equality, the SAFA and the head coach and other people present in the meeting. I would like, before the just not sure, Chairperson, whether my video is showing because it's not showing on my side. But I would, however, want to, before I hand over to the Deputy Director General for Sport, who will take the committee through our presentation, just to indicate that we have read through the report that the Commission would also be presenting later on, and we have responded in terms of the intervention programs that the department has put in place. Chairperson, I want just to yourself and the honorable members to also indicate that further to that, we would also, even though perhaps we didn't emphasize it on our presentation, like to indicate that we have now the director who's responsible for strategic committees. Included in her responsibilities is the aspect related to transformation in sports, working with the eminent persons group that is tasked to advise the minister on those particular issues. Ms. Suraya Dawad is present in the meeting as the director who has now joined the department focusing on that area. Lastly, Chairperson, is just to indicate that as a department, we were also very happy to be included by National Treasury amongst the 12 departments that are part of the budget responsive program that National Treasury has actually put in place, the gender responsive budgeting program that National Treasury is leading us on because it assists us in terms of being able to bring focus into also the finances that we are putting towards this transformation drive, which is important to the country, as you also indicate. The presentation would be led by the Deputy Director General, Mr. Campbell. Thank you very much, Chair.
Mr. Campbell, please proceed.
Thank you, Chairperson. Let me greet the Honorable Chair and the Honorable members on the platform. Also, our colleagues from SAFA and other stakeholders present on this particular platform, Chair. To use your words, I will bless the committee with a presentation on gender equality and our interventions from an RDSP point of view in terms of the findings from the CGE and how we've intervened and what would be the further interventions going forward. Thank you, Chair. I think we can move, Mr. Nzuzo. I will indicate to you when to move, so you just wait for my indication. Chair, just in terms of the core finding of the report from CGE, in which they have identified structural inequality across the women's football ecosystem as a huge challenge pertaining to women's football in particular, but I would venture to say women in sport generally, that would be the case. So our response, Chair, is more from a developmental point of view, because it has our view, Chair, that we need to inculcate a culture of women participating in sport from an early age, and the vehicles that we are using, Chair, is through our transformation monitoring processes, our school sport and club development processes, and obviously we infuse this particular aspect within our federation support systems that then has to comply with targeted interventions around women in sport. So in that particular regard, yeah, our progress is strongest at grassroots level and at school football level, but there are remaining gaps at other levels, which I will reflect on as the presentation unfolds, Chair. Next slide, Mr. Nzuzo. So, Chair, just a quick reflection on the findings from the CGE report. What they found was there's a challenge, and these are the challenges that we need to deal with and grapple with, and hopefully I'll be able to give a sense as to what we've done as DSEC around this particular matter, Chair. So the issue of access remains a critical issue, especially at grassroots levels. Then there's visibility, which we speak about, media exposure and recognition, and this is where the commercial aspects of sport comes to play, Chair, because if you don't have media exposure, you inadvertently or inevitably have a resource challenge in terms of commercialization. So that's a very critical part of what we need to focus on going forward. Safety, Chair, obviously we need to ensure that there's a safe environment for our girl children to participate in. And in that regard, Chair, we've got obviously our safeguarding policy that I'll also speak a little bit about that later on in the presentation. And obviously, Chair, the issues of resources or lack thereof in the women's sport, but in football in particular. And then there's still a huge vacuum around leadership uptake for women in the leadership and decision-making roles, Chair. And then obviously we'll reflect also on the pathway that we've put in place to ensure that women achieve their full potential. Next slide. So, Chair, we thought it was important just to give this particular timeline, Chair, and I won't spend too much time on this, Chair, but just to indicate where we've come from. And we've certainly come a long way, Chair, when it comes to women in sport and women in football in particular. So, Chair, if you look at 2012, this is when football was included as part of the priority sports and by extension, obviously, also women football. So between 2013 and 2014, I think DG just reflected on the new appointment around the strategic committees. Now, EPG is an integral part of that particular intervention. So transformation audits at that particular point in time, Chair, also began to include tracking women in sport and the progress around equity in terms of sport. Now, Chair, and 2014-15, I think was quite a watershed year for the department, where we had almost near gender parity in terms of women participation in our school sports programs. And you can see the numbers there, Chair. Also, between 2015 and 16, in the transformation agreements in our MOAs, the issue of women affirmation was also included. with athletics, cricket, netball, football, and rugby. Interestingly, Chair, the only codes to meet their targets around transformation in terms of women in the 2017-18 financial year was football, boxing, and gymnastics. They were among the few that really attained the equity targets that we set for themselves. So, Chair, I think an investment in football within the 2019-20 year ultimately culminated in the establishment of what we now know as the Hollywood's Bet Super League for women football. Next slide, Mr. Nzuzo. So in the 2020, in terms of our strategic plans, 2020 to 2025, we included very deliberately the issues around women in sport, and it is now embedded as a strategic imperative within all our plans, Chair, that we do affirm women in sport. Now, this is part of these things don't happen by coincidence, Chair. It's through sustained intervention. So in 2020-21, 2021-22, we had Edendale Technical High School progressing to the Pan-African School Sports Championship. So if you look at the developmental pipeline and the pathway, these girls would have gone through the school sports system and ultimately would have ended up in participating at an elite level. So that is what we speak about when we speak about our pathways, Chair. Then you look at 2022-23, where in certain instances, Chair, girls' participation in our school sport program actually surpassed that of boys in terms of participation numbers. 2023-24, Chair, school support, school sport support in rural and disadvantaged areas increased quite dramatically, and our 3 seasonal championships sustained that particular pipeline. And then again, 2024, our under-15 girls and boys selected through the National Sports Championships for CAF African Schools Pathway participation. And then, Chair, the last thing, and I'll speak about this in the subsequent slide, is the ongoing club development gaps that we've identified. And this is the next big thing that we have to address going forward, Chair. Next slide. I'll move a little bit faster now, Chair. Just a reflection on the policy and regulatory architecture, Chair, in terms of what we've conceived as critical and enabling legislation and framework to ensure that we embed in all our programs women in sport participation. I think we all are familiar with the National Sport and Recreation Plan. We've spoken a little bit about the Transformation Charter and the fact that we're now monitoring equity through our EPG audits. The conditional grant framework, Chair, is a critical enabler in terms of making sure that we apportion resources. We've got a women in sport policy framework, which we now need to really operationalize in terms of making sure that we implement the provisions. And we also need to look at how we begin to ring-fence gender-responsive budgeting and reporting going forward. So, Chair, just quickly, so our response has matured from policy commitment and transformation and monitoring into a program architecture that supports participation, funding, equipment, training, safeguarding, and progression. Next slide. Chair, the main engine for our transformation agenda in terms of sport remains our school sports system. And why does it matter, Chair? Because the system allows us to intervene before inequality becomes entrenched and embedded in our club and elite pathway. So we want to create a huge base where we have a mass base for women to then progress into the club and elite pathway system. It reduces household income barriers, providing publicly funded competition, equipment, coaching, and travel support. And it enables systematic talent identification for girls' football. Next slide. This is just a depiction of what I've spoken about earlier, a graphic depiction. If you would see the participation numbers in 2014, I think I spoke about that. The training numbers, if you'd see that in 2025, this was the last quarter, Chair, of the last financial year, you will see that around training, women was actually more than men. And then obviously support in terms of the school sports system where we appoint coordinators and conveners. We also had more women appointed in that particular roles. Next slide. Chair, again, I've spoken a little bit about the pathway. So it all starts at the level of school participation. There's then progression into district and provincial leagues. and then that culminates in a selection of teams to the National School Sports Championships. And ultimately, flowing from there, we have participation in COSAFA and CAF Schools Pathway. And you can also include that African Union Sports Council regional games that we have, Chair. Then also the national under-17 clubs and academies. So that is part of the pathway. And ultimately what we want to see, Chair, is that we have more women participating in elite and professional sport and football in particular. Next slide. Chair, I spoke about the conditional grant. 40% of that grant, Chair, goes to school sport. And like I say, women and women in sport and football in particular, they are embedded in that particular program. And I think those of us that have attended those games over the last few editions would have seen the numbers. So that's an important intervention, Chair, that we have as DSEC. Next slide. So Chair, and I think this is an important slide, Chair, because once we have the children moving through the school sports system, so what happens beyond the school? And this is where we have the biggest, what I call a drop off from women participation in sport. And this is primarily, Chair, because there are if you compare the number of clubs for males as opposed to women, you would see it's quite negligible. So when our school kids go through the system and they reach matric and they go out of school, unless they go to university, which is also a structured environment where you have classes, where you have sports activities structured and clubs, etc., etc. Those that are not taken up into those institutions then fall by the wayside. So we've been very deliberate in dealing with this particular challenge, Chair, and that's why we have a dedicated club development unit within DSEC to try and capture those that are falling by the wayside. Now, that also then leads to the formation of women's leagues, whether it's football or other codes, Chair, because clubs feeds into leagues. You don't establish clubs to be a club on their own. So that is the next sort of, for me, the next big frontier that we have to confront and get right here, because that is where we lose a lot of our girl children and women after the school sports system ends. So that is, you'll see, Chair, that is our focus going forward as well. Next slide. Chair, again, this is just the quarter four trading report. And Chair, remember, participation in sport is one thing, but there's also a component of officials, of coaches, of sports leaders that we need to look at. And we've done quite a bit of training around this particular aspect, Chair. You'll see out of 1,720 people trained in the fourth quarter, and 919 were women. So you can see, Chair, we are aggressively affirming women around this particular aspect. And then I think, Chair, this also, addresses a direct concern that was raised in the report by the CGE. Next slide. Chair, this is something that we've been uncompromising about, because the slogan "equality without safety is not transformation," and we take this thing very, very serious. Chair, we've got a safeguarding policy that we have in place. We've now compelled all federations to have safeguarding policies in place for their specific codes of sport. And I think, Chair, you would have seen that the incidences of harassment has actually decreased over the last while. It used to be quite pronounced. You would have seen in the media over the last years, how pronounced it became. But I think since this intervention, Chair, I think we can safely say that we're making an impact. It's not 100% addressed yet, but it is beginning to bear fruit. Also, Chair, what we've done is we have, through our funding strategy, when we fund federations, it's compulsory for them to have those safeguarding policies in place. We've also incorporated in all our national school sports championships the issue around child protection and safeguarding. And also, Chair, we've included as a standard in all our activities the GBVF awareness into our sport and recreation platforms. And then obviously the Women in Sport Policy Framework also recognizes GBVF as a critical matter that we need to deal with on a consistent basis. Next slide. Chair, just a quick one in terms of tracking our progress, and I'll be very brief, Chair. In terms of participation, Chair, I think there's been substantial progress. I think I've spoken about that at length in the previous slides. The football pathway, Chair, we're beginning to see some strong progress there. We've got continuously seeing our children coming through and participation in regional events, international events. Funding, Chair, obviously we always need some more funding, but there's also some good progress there. Leadership, Chair. Also, there's quite good progression. I think I've indicated when we started in terms of the training aspects and how we focus on affirming women in this particular space. And this is, like I said, Chair, this is our weak point at this particular point, is club development for women in particular, and then also the establishment of leagues for women clubs in sport. Next slide. I am moving towards closure now, Chair. So Chair, just in terms of the remaining structural challenges that we have, is the economic gap, Chair. We know that women's sport is not as commercialized as male sport, and that's primarily because of the support base, but also in terms of sponsorship and broadcasting and commercial revenue. We know that at this particular point in time, the women's sport does not show the commercial value that male sport has currently, and that's something that we need to address holistically with our private sector stakeholders. I spoke about the post-school drop-off, Chair, to ensure that we curb that particular anomaly. There's still a leadership gap, especially in institutions and federations where it is still unfortunately male-dominated, but we are beginning to see an intervention around that particular matter in terms of how we structure our training and development pathways. There's a data gap, Chair, in terms of our gender disaggregated expenditure and progression tracking systems. And then there's also obviously still the issue around rural versus township girls issues. There's issues of facilities, transport, and safety barriers. Next slide. So, Chair, actions is to begin to finalize our sport policy, women in sport, by ensuring that we activate the policy and that we implement the obligations attached to that particular policy, which obviously includes ourselves as DSEC, the provinces, and our critical stakeholders such as SESCOC and the federations. Protect the development pathway, Chair. We should ensure that the pathway that I've articulated earlier on remains intact, so that we then have that progression around women's sport. Build girls' football leagues. I think I spoke about that. I'm not going to repeat that, Chair. And then importantly, Chair, we need to measure the money, introduce gender-sensitive and responsive budgeting that actually shows expenditure benefiting women and girls. And then very importantly, Chair, is track progression of our women participants. Next slide. Chair, this is just a roadmap in terms of years. I've given the committee what we've done from around 2012, and this is what we now plan. What I've just spoken about in the previous slide is now broken down into what we want to see over the next 7 years. We would obviously like to look at the timeframes and make sure that we move faster, but this is just the sort of the future horizon around what we want to do around an implementation roadmap. Next slide. Chair, just in conclusion, I think, Chair, I can safely say that the department has moved from identifying inequality to building a practical development pathway for women and women's football in particular. So the next phase, Chair, must convert participation gains into lasting structural equality, funded leagues, and leadership opportunities, safe environments, high performance support, and measurable gender responsive budgets. So Chair, I think it's very clear that we've moved beyond just the theory, and we're now beginning to see some practical execution of the theory that we've previously conceived. Chair, I think if I just move to the next slide, which is thank you. Let me end there, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Campbell. Before we're going to ask a presentation by the Commission for Gender Equality, I just want to check with Dr. Kumalo. When are we going to receive the EPG transformation report. I think it's high time that we write a letter and demand, I can't remember the professor's name, demand that report. I'm also aware that the minister have appointed a special task team, and that team was supposed to deal with transformation. Dr. Kumalo?
Chairperson, you can give us a timeline. The reports for since 2021 to I think 2024 are available. It's just that because of the data that couldn't be verified, they were not published. The committee opted not to publish them. Right now, they are finalizing the 24-25 one, but up to from 2020 to 2024, 23-24, those are available. However, as I'm saying, they were never published because of the data verification that the EPG wasn't happy with. The committee is in place. I think the portfolio committee can indicate as to when they would like to schedule a meeting with them. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you so much. I think it's high time for what we see happening in the country. I see the president of SASCOC hand is up. I'm going to give you a slot later on, but not now. I first want to deal with the presentation by the Commission for Gender Equality. Please proceed.
Thank you very much, Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, honorable members of this House, representatives from the National Department of Sports, Art, Culture and Recreation, commissioners, senior management and staff at Commission for Gender Equality, the leadership of the South African Football Association, Women Football Committee, and I would also, in extension, greet the head coach of Banyana Banyana, who will also be presenting here. Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, I want to start by introducing myself. My name is Kamohelo Tele. I'm a full-time commissioner for Commission for Gender Equality. I must first indicate that I have been given this task and the assignment by the acting chairperson of the organization, Commissioner Mfundo Nomvungu, to lead a delegation of commissioners to come and appear before this very portfolio committee. Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, we acknowledge and appreciate this invitation to appear before this critical body of Parliament and ensure that we present the report on the state of gender equality in sports, in particular on the state of affairs regarding Banyana Banyana. In terms of the presence of commissioners, let me first start dealing with the invitation, chairperson of the Portfolio Committee. This invitation was directed to our former chairperson, and I must inform the Portfolio Committee that she's no longer part of this commission. It was directed to Commissioner Advocate Sepanya Mokhale. We now have the new leadership at the helm of the organization. Commissioner Mfundo Nomvungu is our deputy chairperson and also the acting chairperson of our organization. I think it is important to inform Parliament about these changes. So in terms of the availability of commissioners, we have present in our midst, we have Commissioner Mfundo Nomvungu, who is the deputy chair and the acting chairperson of the organization. He is deployed in the head office and also in charge of the Eastern Cape provinces, because CGE commissioners are deployed in terms of province, one province and one commissioner threshold. And we also have Commissioner Siham Samai, who is also present here. Commissioner Samai is deployed in the Northern Cape. And also we have Commissioner Her Royal Highness, Princess Royal Eureka Mohane.
Commissioner, my apologies. While you introduce them, is it possible for them to put on their videos?
Yes, yes. I will humbly ask them to actually come in and introduce themselves. Apologies, Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee. I am now inviting the acting chair to start, and then Commissioner Mohani and Commissioner Siam Samai will follow. Thank you very much. Commissioner
Thank you,
Mvungu.
Thank you so much, Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee. Let me just try to put my camera. Let me.
We have decided as the committee yesterday that we are going to start engaging in a free course on members of respective entities on how to use the Zoom platform, which button to press, how to show their faces, and so forth. You're welcome.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chairperson, Commissioner Tile, and the representative of the department. My name is Commissioner Mvundo Nomvungu, the Deputy Chairperson and the Acting Chairperson of the Commission. Thank you so much, Chairperson.
Good morning, Chairperson, as well as Portfolio Committee members, as well as members of the department and commissioners. I'm Commissioner Siham Samai. I am the Commissioner for the Northern Cape, but today I'm supporting Commissioner Tele and other commissioners with regard to our presentation. Thank you very much.
Commissioner Mohani. Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, my apologies. On behalf of Commissioner Mohani, I indicated that she's present. I think that there are technical glitches from her side because in terms of the people, the members who are participating in this group, in
Can
this
we
meeting.
so long enroll her in the meantime for the free course?
Pardon, Chairperson?
Can we so long enroll her for the free course that we give as a committee? Proceed with the next person.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee. There are also commissioners who are not. Without waiting time, Commissioner Dr. Naidu is not present, and Commissioner Namatahini is also not present due to other commitments. So we just want to say that we accept this invitation and we also appreciate this invitation. And I will now hand over to our acting CEO to do the presentation on behalf of the organization. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning, everyone. All protocol observed. My name is Antoinette Ngwenya. I'm the acting CEO, and I have HODs that will be part of this engagement. And one DD will be presenting the report for us. I will then introduce HOD Legal, which is Tsietsi Shipping. Are you in a position to? Okay, thank you, HOD.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairperson and honorable members. Tsietsi Shuping, the head of legal department. Thank you.
Thank you, HOD. We also have the COO who is using a phone currently. She's unable to show her face, but when she is in a position to do so later, she will come in. We then have the DD research who will be presenting the report because the HOD research is off sick today. Over to you, Diketseng.
Thank you very much, CFO. Good morning, honorable members. My name is Diketseng Mutopi. Can you see me? I thought I put on my camera. Are you able to see me?
Not yet. Please play with it up there so that
No,
you
but
can.
please proceed.
Okay, let me see. You see me? Okay, let me just
Not
proceed.
yet, but please proceed.
Thank you. As said, my name is Diketseng Mutopi from the Commission for Gender Equality, and I will be presenting on the research report that was focusing on the insights of women in the national soccer team, which is Banyana Banyana. And the outline of the presentation is our mandate and the background and the problem statement, aims, objectives, and the methodology that was used, limitations and legislative frameworks that guide the sports sector, as well as the key findings, which are based on the 6 themes that we deduced from the data that was collected. And then the last item is the recommendations. So it's always, we always start with presenting our mandate that as the Commission, we are an institution that is mandated to promote gender equality. And we promote gender equality and the protection, development, and attainment of gender equality in the country. And the powers to fulfill our responsibilities are articulated into the Commission for Gender Equality Act 39 of 1996. And in terms of section 11, the CGE must monitor and evaluate policies and practices of state organs to make sure that they adhere to the relevant legislation, policy, and programs that are geared towards promoting gender equality in the country. And this study, it sought to assess gender equality in sports through a case study of Banyana Banyana, and which Banyana Banyana, the South African women's national team, and the identity to identify institutional and policy measures required to strengthen gender equality in the sport, because we were just looking in depth into how the sporting sector or the sports department is creating an enabling environment to ensure that gender is mainstreamed within the Department of Sports when it gets to different teams for men teams and women teams. So the background is that, oh, sorry.
After the dawn of democracy, President Mandela promoted sports as a tool to encourage unity and lessen divisions among the South Africans, considering the country's history. And in one of the articles, he acknowledged the former president legacy in the context of a 1995 Rugby World Cup and South Africa's hosting of the FIFA World Cup in 2010. However, despite the successes that sport has brought in South Africa, women's sport has not reaped the same benefits as men's sports. So the issues of inequality and discrimination that have historically plagued South Africa have continued to manifest in gender equality in sports. In other words, women's sports have not received the same level of acclaim, attention, and the support from the state like the other sports. So, and this is the case even with the private sector, the media houses, and the broader South African public. Banyana Banyana can play, but the stadium will not be as full as when the Bafana Bafana is playing. So that's what we also wanted to look into, what we saw as the persistent scenario that we see when these teams play. And so the problem statement, this study aimed to evaluate gender inequality in sports by gathering insights from various stakeholders, focusing on the national women's football team, Banyana Banyana. Inequality is a long-standing problem in South Africa. However, gender inequality in sports is an issue that has only recently received amplification in the country, and looked into closely to see where the bottlenecks are and how the sector can be assisted to be able to effectively implement the relevant legislative and policy framework to improve the status of inequality that persists in that sector. This amplification of the gender problem in sports is the case primarily because the media has highlighted the plight of the South African women's soccer team. And despite the heightened media attention about the unfair treatment of the Banyana Banyana, SAFA has not made any noticeable changes to address these challenges. However, many South Africans have shown their support and solidarity for the women's national soccer team, especially recently when they have been collecting international trophies. So despite the unfair gender disparities such as lack of recognition, gender pay gap, lack of professional domestic women's league, and limited sponsorship for Banyana Banyana, the team has also been a high-performing team, winning the Women's African Cup of Nations in 2022, which is the equivalent of the African Cup of Nations that is also played by the main counterparts, which the male team, Bafana Bafana, compete for, and their last win was only seen in 1996. So Banyana Banyana footballers have attracted interest from professional leagues in various parts of the world. Some Banyana Banyana players are currently playing professionally in Europe, in Mexico, and the United States. So this shows that there are strides regarding escalation of the Banyana Banyana players and their footprints in the international space. The absence of the professional league for women's soccer players also compound the challenges. If gender inequality persists in soccer, it may discourage South African women and girls who want to pursue career in sports. So currently, female athletes are often required to juggle sports with other income-generating activities. They don't give it a full focus because whatever that they get there, it's not sufficient as the income that the Bafana get. So for them, they have to also find ways of making income so that they can survive. Also, this situation not only violates women's constitutional right to equality, but also hinders the country's efforts to promote women's economic empowerment. In this study, 6 key themes were used in exploring gender inequality in sports, funding and sponsorship, and leadership positions, women's desk, GBV in sports, sport facilities, equipment, attire, and transport, and sports psychiatry and mental health support within their fraternity. So our aim was to evaluate gender inequality in sports through the assessment of the national women's soccer team known as Banyana Banyana. And our our objectives were to explore the state of gender equality in women's football across the 6 identified themes, and also to assess legislative and institutional practices promoting gender equality in women's soccer. So the methodology that was used, we used a qualitative research approach as informed by the interpretivist paradigm. And we use purposive sampling to find the relevant participants to take part in this study. And data was collected through key informants interview, group interviews, and focus group discussions. We also looked into secondary sources, document analysis, and desktop review to complement the primary data that we got from the subject. And this was to ensure that we triangulate our study to improve the trustworthiness of the findings that came out of the study. So here this table, it shows the participants that took part in the study. We reached 4 Banyana Banyana players, 4 SAFA officials, officials from DSEC and sponsor of Banyana Banyana, Sasol at the time. So overall, it was the total key informants interviews were 12. And as with any study, this study was not without any limitations. So there were limitations and constraints. The limitations and constraints were as follows. Some of the informants pulled out of the interviews due to fear of victimization, irrespective of the researcher's assurance of anonymity. Within SAFA, there seemed to be issue around transparency. The CGE research unit experienced difficulty with securing engagements and obtaining responses from some government officials and federation officials. This difficulty in obtaining responses hindered the unearthing of much richer data that could have enhanced the findings of this study. So that is why it is important to always highlight some of the limitations that we come across when we are collecting the information. So these are the legislative frameworks that are guiding the processes or provide for promoting gender equality in the country. I'm not going to say it one by one, but the Constitution is the supreme law, and CEDAW and the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, and as well as the Agenda 2063, those are the other ones. And we also have the National Development Plan that also highlights these issues, PEPUDA being the key legislation that also promote equality. So the rest of the legislations, we know, just to keep in time, as I note that we have many slides. So the key findings, as highlighted, they were based on the 6 themes. Based on the analysis of the findings of the study, it is evident that gender inequalities exist in women's football, hindering their progress and full development in the sport. The study highlighted the 6 themes, not in any order, which were as follows. I highlighted them earlier. It is funding and sponsorship, sports facilities, equipment, attire and transport, sports psychiatry and mental health support, leadership positions, gender-based violence mechanism, and women's desk and government structures. Apologies, I don't know where this went, okay? And I was here, the theme 1, which is funding and sponsorship. There seemed to be lack of transparency in funding and payments. Players reported limited transparency around sponsorship agreements, finances, appearance fees, and individual payments, contributing to uncertainty about the extent of the gender pay gap between Banyana Banyana and Bafana Bafana. Also under this theme, there was a persistent gender disparity in sponsorship. Banyana Banyana continued to attract fewer sponsors than Bafana Bafana, with historical patterns of investment and commercial support favoring men's football. Funding inequalities are shaped by the intersecting gender and historical factors. The findings suggest that gender inequality in football is compounded by South Africa's apartheid legacy, racial dynamics, and patriarchal perceptions that have historically undervalued women's sports. Also, government funding has not fully resolved financial inequalities. DSEC indicated that approximately 90% of its funding to sporting codes is directed towards women's sports, including sports for the women's leagues. However, the study found that significant funding challenges remain, and the monetary value represented by the stated 90% was really unclear. I think there's still need to interrogate and so that this gets unpacked further. insufficient investment in women's football limits professionalism for them or professionalization of their sport. The slow development and inadequate funding of the Women's Professional League, together with limited private sector sponsorship and media exposure, continue to constrain the growth of the Banyana Banyana as a national team. Competitiveness and long-term professionalization of Banyana Banyana and women's football more broadly, it's not really, that lack of transparency is the one that really make it very misty on exactly what is going on, meaning attesting to the transparent nature that the payments are made. And
My apologies to stop you there. May I ask that you just do a high-level presentation from here, because we still are left with 17 pages almost.
Oh,
And
okay.
time was only scheduled up until 10:30. But I'm going to allow you, but hybrid style.
Okay. So this is the first theme. Theme 2 is sports facilities, equipment, attire, and transport. And regarding this, women, they were complaining, which I think it needs to be highlighted, that they do not have, the attire is not custom made that it accommodates their bodies. They wear the attire that was designed to be worn by men, so it sometimes makes them not very comfortable. And the third one being sports psychiatry, mental health and support. Increased participation of girls and women in the sport has highlighted the need to be to understand the psychological well-being and mental health challenges experienced by female athletes. And this sometimes it leads to them having anxiety, depression, disordered eating, and harmful effects. So there's a need for the provision of those services so that their mental health can be protected. Three, it continues, it's still sports psychiatry and mental health and support, which basically says, while SAFA provides access to psychological support through a team psychologist addressing mental health, also requires improvements in the broader sporting environment, including funding and pay inequality. 4 leadership positions. We were told that the scarcity of women leaders within SAFA, gender-based violence, sporting organizations should have clear measures, procedures, and guidelines to address GBV and sexual harassment. And it was unclear whether there are designated programs or relevant interventions to address the issue of gender-based violence and sexual harassment in this sport. Six, it's a women's desk. Apparently there is no dedicated gender desk for Banyana Banyana, and the absence of this dedicated desk. It limits the identification and reporting of the gendered concerns and discriminations that the athletes experience. And also, they are not able to address the issue of their pay gaps, as well as to get full information regarding how they get interventions. So the recommendations were that the CGE recommended that the DSEC and SAFA must overcome the challenges of insufficient funding for Banyana Banyana to enable them to compete equally with their male counterparts and advance the sport. And the national women's soccer team deserves access to all the necessary resources, benefits, and privileges that their male counterparts receive. And financial constraints should not stand in the way of achieving this equality. And we also recommended that to promote women's football and create opportunities for those who are interested in participating, there needs to be a significant investment in grassroots development programs. And another one was that funding and sponsorship for women football at the community level and in schools should be included in these investments, which both the government and private sector should create that partnership to augment the work that is being done thus far. Also, the CGE recommended that the process of adopting the draft policy on women in sports by DSEC should be expedited, because that will create some form of policy intervention to remedy what is going on now, which is the status quo. And the CGE also recommend that SAFA must develop a GBV policy through internal consultation processes involving athletes and management staff themselves. In that way, it will assist that policy, it will assist and present the key challenges that are experienced by the beneficiaries. Hence, it will be, its implementation will be effective. And the CGE also recommended that SAFA must establish a gender unit led by a senior official to oversee internal gender mainstreaming and transformation processes, so that the SAFA it complies with its responsibility of adhering to the existing policy and legislative frameworks that promote gender in the country. The CGE recommends that DSEC and SAFA overcome the challenges of, no, I have passed there. What is happening here? 2, 3, 3 again, 4, 5, 6. I'm done here. Adopting draft policy, yes, I am done with that one. So this financial year, we assess gender mainstreaming in the sports, in the South African sports sector, where we brought into the scope of the federations that we were covering. And I will just go over that. Banyana Banyana study, it was conducted 2023-2024, and with the findings that were got from Banyana Banyana study, it was recommended that there was a need to explore on how the rest of the sporting federations are doing regarding promoting gender equality and implementing gender mainstreaming to promote equality. And policy and implementation gap. Although South Africa has progressive sports and gender policy, implementation of gender mainstreaming remains inconsistent, as we noticed, with many sporting structures yet to translate policy commitments into meaningful institutional change. And also there's a need for sector to widen the transformation in all aspects. A broader assessment, therefore, it was found to be necessary to understand how gender, race, disability, sexuality, and class shape participation and opportunities, and to identify systemic measures and needs that seem to be the barriers towards achieving the goal of achieving gender mainstreamed services. For this study, we aim to explore gender mainstreaming with the realm of national sports in South Africa. And this included assessing the policies, programs, and practices implemented by various sports organizations and governing bodies to promote gender equality. And the study sought to also identify both progress made and existing barriers to promote inclusivity. Furthermore, the study aimed to provide a comprehensive understanding of how effectively gender mainstreaming principles are integrated into South Africa's sports landscape. And likewise, the objectives were to examine the gender representation in various South African sporting federation. We're also assessing the extent of the integration of gender responsive institutional policies within the sporting sector. The study adopted a mixed method research approach, which was grounded in a pragmatic paradigm, which allows for the integration of quantity and qualitative approaches to address complex social phenomena, such as gender mainstreaming in sports. And these methodologies, they made it, we got the flexibility to use multiple forms of data to generate contextual, grounded and actionable knowledge. So the approach was particularly appropriate for this specific study because gender inequality in sports is both structurally embedded and experientially lived, requiring the combination of measures, institutional indicators, and subjective stakeholder perspective. So the methods, what we did, we targeted 20 national sporting federations out of, I think it is the whole list is 65.
Please conclude.
Yes, so we focused on 20 federations, and out of those 20 federations, only 12 sporting federations agreed to complete the questionnaires that we sent to them. And the limitations as said, we managed to at least get about 60% response rate, which was commended as well. And the legislation is the same. I will just quickly go to the recommendations, the key recommendations, as we have put here the findings per federation. So the recommendations for sporting federations should prioritize the institutionalization of gender equality through enforceable internal systems rather than voluntary commitment. That each federation must develop and implement mandatory gender mainstreaming policies, also aligning them with national frameworks like Employment Equity Act, and also to establish formal safeguarding and GBV response systems, including confidential reporting mechanisms and clear disciplinary procedures of the perpetrators. Also they are recommended to introduce gender responsive budgeting within annual planning cycles to ensure equitable allocation of financial and developmental resources, and also to implement gender disaggregated data system to track participation, leadership representation, funding distribution, and performance outcome. Also, resources and gender responsive budgeting remain manager constrained. Limited funding and weak implementation of that framework also continues to restrict meaningful transformation, particularly for women's sports. Also, intersectional exclusion persists where gender diverse community athletes and persons with disabilities continue to experience limited visibility in the sporting fraternity. So our key conclusion was that gender equality in South African sports remain largely aspirational rather than fully institutionalized, requiring strong accountability, dedicated financial investment, gender responsive budgeting, robust data system, and sustained organizational culture change. So here it is, I just want to take you through the statistics that athletes experience and are exposed to gaps, while 62% of athletes are perceived leadership as inclusive. So at 34% witnessed gender-based barriers existing that prevent women from being into the leadership positions. Also, awareness of GBV policies, only 33% of the participants spoke to that they get it, and mental health services. Pardon?
Conclude, please.
Okay, and 45% perceived unfair financial resource distribution. So those are the main challenges that the Commission found when doing this study. We will be guided by the questions so that we can address the other concerns that we might have omitted. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, and thank you for the presentation. I was listening to the presentation, and I want to make the following quick remarks. I also believe that the Minister is present. Welcome, Minister. I'm not too sure whether the minister would want to have an opportunity to speak or
Thank you,
address us.
Chair. I will first listen. I'll speak later, Honorable Chair. Thank you so
Okay.
much.
Thank you, Minister. So I want to read the following to the department. On 23 August 2024, the committee was briefed on the Transformation Charter by Professor Len Kona. There's the professor's name, I remember now. The report for 2020 and 2021, as well as 2021 and 2022, have been finalized and await approvals before being released. In 2022-2023, the report is finalized by the service provider appointed. This report should be finalized by the third quarter. The review process for 2023-2024 will start in October. It's 2 years later. But we have met with them once, and we also engaged with them at some event, myself and one of the professional staff members, Dr. JJ More. I'm looking at the recommendations here, and I was worried how enforceable it is. Is it binding? And I see one of the recommendations is enforceable through internal systems. Now, this committee has made a lot of recommendations, and we were not successful. So I think in this particular case, the only way out is the Equality Court, and maybe serious consideration after we have engaged with the EPG should be given to that effect. And maybe also the trend this presentation has taken should be then also be a trend. If we will listen later to the president of SASCOC as well, should be a trend to all federations. Ms. Ellis, the ministers in the meeting, there are recommendations as well. How SAFA is going to assist. SAFA is also in the meeting. The World Cup is 2027. And I want you today, in the presence of the minister, he should not hawk out on us now as Banyana Banyana. We would like to hear from the presentation of SAFA. What are they having in their sleeves for Banyana Banyana? The World Cup tournament first had 32 teams. It is now 48 teams, and Desiree will tell that this increased our chances to qualify for this tournament. SAFA needs to tell us how they're going to support the national team. Also remember, Desiree, like I said, the minister is not going to walk out on us. He has committed to 100 million rand to the women's football for the upcoming financial year. So already I think we are off for a good start. Remarks by SAFA Women's Football Committee representative.
Good morning, Honorable Chair of Portfolio Committee, honorable members, SAFA, and other distinguished guests. Good morning. My name is Elizabeth de Kooker. I'm actually the president, the regional president of Thabo Mofokeng in the Free State from Bethlehem. I just received a notification that our Vice President, Ms. Natasha Sitlas, is struggling with network, and she won't be part of the meeting. And also the chairperson
Apologies,
of
I see a hand there, and that hand might have an effect on yourself and the video that is not working. The Honorable Molatani.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. You've just hit the nail on whatever. But we can't be talking to someone that we don't know. We want to match the face with the name. Can the Ms. Dikoker
Yeah.
switch the video on? That is our
I've
golden
switched
rule
it.
here in the portfolio.
Thanks, Ms.
Yes, ma'am.
Walker.
Yes, ma'am. I've switched it on. Members, can you see me? I don't see it from my side, but it's on.
Should we also add you to our free course?
Can you see me? I've put it on.
No, maybe it's in reverse. Anyway, please proceed.
Apology for that, Honorable Chair. Yes, as I've said, the two NEC members, Ms. Natasha, who is the Vice President, who was supposed to lead the delegation, and the chairperson of women football, both of them are not here. I've checked through the list. I don't see their name. So that is the information I got from our CEO. So I just want to say, in our midst, I have to recognize Dr. Desiree Ellis, with the team manager, Lauren. I can see you here. And we also have with us Miss Jessica, who's representing us, Jessica Mutaung, who's representing us at CAF level on women football. And we also have the women football manager, Ms. Dawn Lubisi, and other members of Women Football Committee. Chairman, mine is just to represent that to you. We are here to listen to the report, and like you've already indicated now, post questions on our other members. And I think Ms. Dawn is there to respond to some of the matters, and then Dr. Desiree Ellis and Lauren as team manager can also assist. And some of us as part of Women Football Committee who are here. I'll further, before we give to Dr. Desiree, maybe Ms. Dawn Lubisi can just take us over to some of the questions you have put. Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much. Apologies, I am using my phone to join the meeting. Good afternoon, or rather good morning to the commissioners and the department and all protocol observed. Maybe just to take you guys through just some of the elements or the things that we've done in women's football so far. First and foremost, I'd just like to thank you for this opportunity to just maybe perhaps give clarity on some of the elements regarding or speaking to women's football specifically. Maybe I'd just like to highlight some of our achievements in the past year, specifically since my appointment. Last year, we launched our women's football strategy, and in that strategy, it's basically the strategy was launched to make sure that we solidify the foundation of women's football and to build obviously on what is currently there and improve also on other areas and aspects within women's football. This includes participation and competitions. We are looking at elite pathways and national teams. We are looking at commercialization and marketing for the women's game. We're also looking at good governance and compliance, and of course, we're also just looking at capacitating our stakeholders. So with that in place, we just did a strategy review, and for the past year, like I said, the strategy was launched last year, March 31st of March. And just in just a year, we have accomplished quite a number of goals. In those number of goals, majority of them focused or spoke mainly to elite pathways and national teams, trying to make sure that we get a proper pathway from development all the way to grassroots. And then maybe also one thing that I'd like to highlight is the fact that when it comes to our national team, Banyana Banyana, our senior national team, Banyana Banyana, they are paid equally they're paid the same as the Bafana Bafana when it comes to your friendly matches, your international friendly matches and international matches. And also we have a new technical sponsor, which is Adidas, and it caters to our ladies' needs as per their structure, female structure, anatomy, and all of that. We have female cut uniform that is provided for the team and all of that. And this goes also to all of our youth national teams, which also happen not unfortunately to be sponsored, but they do get that as well. Also just taking us back to some of the achievements that we've had is that we have done a lot of groundwork within the grassroots space rather. We have had, so far since last year, we've had, I think, 3 grassroots programs targeting not only your urban areas, but targeting your deep rural areas, whereby you'll find that football development for females has been a bit of a challenge. The numbers are not there. But through these grassroots, we've literally just wanted to see if there was interest. And indeed, there is interest. And also, we've done these grassroots programs with partnership from your local governments. We have been to Limpopo, we have been to Northern Cape, and we've also just been to Mpumalanga, where also the local government has been assisting us to basically make sure that we are doing these grassroots program. And these programs are done through the FIFA Forward program. So majority of them are funded by FIFA or through FIFA. Also, just last year, we did an all-Kev B elite coaching course for our female coaches. And this is literally just to capacitate and show the pathways. We are expanding. As much as we are expanding, we're wanting to make sure that we have the necessary qualified individual to take on the roles, to take on all of the technical demands that are required in order for us to grow women's football. In our Hollywood Bets Super League, which is our highest league in women's football, we are looking to professionalize our structures. And what does professionalism look like in that regard? We are wanting to implement systems that speak to clubs, like your club licensing to be specific. So it's basically a professionalization through administrative reinforcements. And also currently with the new format that we have, it has allowed us to basically give our teams that are participating the opportunity to allocate certain resources towards your technical development, psychological development, and other club structural developments that are required apart from just your participation and travel logistics for the matches that they are fixtured for. We are looking also to make sure that this is also cascaded down to our provincial leagues, regional leagues, and all of our other LFA stakeholders as well. And in all of this, we are also putting and making sure that we have safeguarding as one of our pillars that is there, because we are dealing our core businesses development, and we are dealing a lot with children between the ages of 6, 12, and upwards. So safeguarding is a very important aspect of that. We have included this in all of our D licenses. It's now a requirement or a prerequisite for you to actually obtain that license. So it's going through the education system. If we have teachers that are doing their D licenses, they will be doing also the safeguarding aspect of it. When we do our grassroots programs as well, we capacitate all of the participants. This includes the children, the volunteers, as well as the teachers that are accompanying the schools and so forth. We do have safeguarding presentations to them. And also we just highlight to them what it is that we are wanting to implement and how far we are with regards to that as well. So I just wanted to just highlight that in terms of women's football and how far we've come in the last year or so. And also just to say that our plans are literally looking at implementing majority of, or rather the second phase of our women's football strategy, and to make sure that it actually sticks. It literally is not about just ticking the boxes and saying we can achieve, but it's just making sure on our side that there is sustainability and that there is something for us to talk about in the next 5 to 10 years. And whoever else comes in, they have a better foundation as opposed to what we started with. So thank you so very much, Chair, for the opportunity, and the rest of the House. Thank you.
Thank you so much to Safa for that wonderful remarks. Honorable members, I'm now going to ask members who would like to ask questions to raise their hands. I'm having Honorable Molatani. Honorable Molatani, please proceed.
Chairperson, thank you very much, Chair, and good morning to honorable members. Let me switch on my for some few minutes. Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, honorable members. Good morning to DSEC, DG, the staff. Good morning, Minister, and good morning to everyone on the platform. And Chairperson, let me thank you for this opportunity. May I please switch my video off for better connectivity, Chair, if you allow me. Chair, I think I have couple of questions that I want to raise. Let me first appreciate the report that we've just, the presentation we received from the DSEC, from our stakeholders, Chair. And I think we still have a long way to go in order for the nation to realize that the same support that we give to Bafana, it needs to be the same support that we give it to Banyana Banyana. And I think as this portfolio, we are a good platform to raise the awareness that we need to support both teams 100%, not giving the other one a 5% or 10% support. Both of them, they need to be supported equally so, financially as well as by attending the games. Just want to check, Chairperson, my question to the DSEC. By what date will DSEC complete the review of the 2012 National Sport and Recreation Plan, and what consultation process will be followed? I will pause there, Chair.
Thanks, Chair. Maybe before the DDG, can I just no, I'm not sure whether there's a lot of noise in the background. Can I just indicate that you would recall, honorable members, that the women's in sport policy itself was approved by cabinet and announced by the minister and the presidency in December 2024. And then it came into effect and I think the presentation speaks to that also from the commission. Now, coming out of that women in sport policy was then the review of the plan to align with the policy. And that review remains live and active. But I just wanted to emphasize that the framework itself is in place. It's less than 2 years old. So the challenge that we are facing, that DDG also highlighted, is to ensure that we align it to the thematic areas that have been also covered in the commission's report. But through you, Chairperson, I just need to close the door because I hear there is a lot of noise. I'm not sure whether it's affecting my audio. If through you, Chair, DDG can then come in. Okay.
The sound is very clear.
Okay. DDG, if you can just add then to that background I just gave.
Thank you, DG, and Chair, through you. Thank you, Honorable Molatani, for the question. I think DG has covered me to an extent. I think the plan is currently being reviewed, Honorable Molatani. And as you would know, with any review process, it involves quite a bit of stakeholder engagement. So we have prioritized that, and we want to finalize that as a matter of urgency. And again, it's about alignment. It's about ensuring that when we go back with a reviewed plan, that we cover all the bases that were seen as shortcomings in the previous plan. So that process is currently underway, Honorable Molatani, and we want to finalize it as a matter of urgency. Thank you, Chair.
Through you, Chairperson, I just want to check what consultation process will be followed.
Through you, Chair, if I may.
Yes, DGG.
Thank you. Honorable Mlatsane, I think when it comes to policy review, I think there are guidelines in terms of how we proceed on that particular matter, including the issue around stakeholder management and stakeholder engagement. And it is our intention to ensure that we obviously include all the critical stakeholders in that review, which includes our sports confederation, our federations, our general public, our principals in parliament, etc., etc. And I know the review has gone through a parliamentary process, and that was then deferred for stakeholder engagement. So we do comply with the framework around policy review and legislative review. I'm not sure if my colleagues want to add anything. Chair, through you, I know Mr. Mube was dealing with this particular process. Maybe you could just add one or two things in addition to what I've said. With your permission, please, Chair. Thank you.
Honorable Molatani.
Yes, Chairperson. I was waiting. DDG said that he is requesting Mr. Mube to add on that. That is why I'm quiet, Chair.
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, Chairperson, and good morning to the members of the committee, and good morning to the Minister, Deputy Minister, and the leadership from CGE and DG. DG, Chairperson, the DG has outlined the process, but I think if I were to outline the process, which may not necessarily be the same, leading up to the 2011 Indaba and the production of the current National Sport and Recreation Plan, it actually started in the provinces, with the provinces engaging in terms of the drafting of the plan, which then culminated into a national session, which then produced the National Sport and Recreation Plan, with these annexures being the Transformation Charter and other related documents. So that's just to emphasize the process that perhaps may have to be undertaken. Thank you.
Through you, Chairperson.
Proceed, Honorable Molatani.
Baya danki voorzitter. I just want to check again. What measurable targets does the NSRP currently prescribe for women's participation, leadership, coaching, officiating, and administration?
Chair?
Please proceed. Respond directly to the member.
I don't know if it was my network. I couldn't get the question, but I think it's about the plan speaking to women's matters in terms of sport. Like I indicated in my presentation, Chair, all our policies, all our plans are aligned in terms of affirming women in sport. And I think what I've tried to demonstrate in my presentation was how we activated the policy and the plan on a practical level. So because what we implement as a practical plan is aligned with the National Sport and Recreation Plan and all our other regulatory frameworks and policy imperatives, Chair. So it is embedded in that, and we are actually implementing that particular policies as we speak. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Let me have these two questions together. Just want to check how many national federations achieved their agreed gender transformation targets in the latest completed assessment cycle. And then my second question will be, what consequence has been imposed on federations that repeatedly failed to meet the transformation charter's gender targets? I will pause there for response.
Thank you, Chair. Again, through you, if I may.
Go for it.
Yes, Chair. Look, in my presentation, I've indicated the 4 that have complied previously. I also think DG has indicated that we are now finalizing the report. So I think Honorable Monsale is referring to the latest report, which we are now finalizing. I think we've also indicated that part of the EPG responsibilities and obligations is to report on gender equity. So I think once that report is concluded, the latest one is concluded, Chair, we'll then present that obviously to the committee and then have that final assessment and verification of the data. Once we have that, we are then able to then respond substantively to the actual figures, Chair. Thank you very much.
Chairperson, can I add? My apologies for not putting up my hand.
Yes, please. You're welcome to add. The more information, the better for us.
Okay, no, thank you very much. In the last report that is being finalized now, which will be the 24-25 report, there was a total of 16 federations that were included there. Out of those 16, SAFA, the Federation on Basketball, which is under administration, the Chess Federation. So SAFA did not respond. Sorry, Chair, I'm just giving. SAFA did not respond. Basketball was not included because it's under administration, and then Chess requested to be excluded from the round of audit due to admin challenges that they were facing for that reporting period. And that was approved by the minister in terms of that particular period. So out of those ones that then submitted or completed their scorecards in terms of the analysis that is done, 11 of them did not meet their self-set targets because they've got those self-set targets, which I think, as I said earlier on, we have the director here who works in this particular space, Director Dawat. If you want, you can expand. But it does give a very clear, honorable member, indicating a form of transformation. And there is further analysis that is being done, including comparative analysis. But you're speaking to consequences in terms of what then happens. I would like Director Dawat to just speak to what actually is provided for us to be able to do in this particular space. But I was just outlining in terms of the status of the latest report that we are finalizing now, Chair. Through you, Chair, if the director could come in, please.
The director.
Good morning, colleagues. All protocol observed. Yes, thank you so much, Chair and DG. So absolutely, they are in the MOAs that we have between the federations, consequent management, if the federations do not meet their targets. So just to confirm, there are 2 sets of targets. One is the charter targets, which is an all size fits all, 60% overall of achievement of targets. And then there's the specific self-set targets that federations themselves have set and have agreed to based on the MOAs and projected up until 2030. Now, the second set of targets, which is the self-set, which is agreed upon, are the ones that have the imposition of these sort of fines, if you may call it. In the last couple of years, as the House would have noted, the report was completed, but was not put out in the public domain and published. And as a result, there was no consequent management on those sets of reports. But in the past, there has been consequence management. So I think SAFA's on board on the call as well, where they would remember that there was consequence management for them not having met their targets in one of the years. So some of the consequence management, including the no permission to granted to host or bid for international events, and also issues around the funding and a reduction or no funding provided to the federation. I think in the past, because of all the challenges that we've been having, including not having a director in place, some of these consequent management have not taken place. We also are busy trying to finalize the MOAs with some of the federations, which are expiring as well in December this year. So I think all things considered, moving forward, we will definitely be ensuring that the consequent management happens in line with the MOA signed between the federations, between the DSAC, and between SASCOC. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Chair, I just want to check, the CEO of SAFA, is she part of this meeting? Mudula Stulo.
Proceed, honorable member.
Yes, Chair. I want to have two questions specifically to SAFA. What are the current differences between Banyana Banyana and Bafana Bafana in contracts, match fees, bonuses, prize money, insurance, and other benefits? And second question, why were Banyana Banyana players unable to obtain a clear information about sponsorship as well as the payments?
I'm not too sure whether we must ask that question to SAFA.
Yes, Chair. SAFA
Is
must
there any
respond,
comment from
Chairperson.
SAFA? SAFA?
Excuse me, Mr. Chairperson.
Portfolio Secretary?
Yes, Chair, please remember the CEO did indicate that she had prior commitments and should be in and out of the meeting.
Oh, okay. Flag that question.
But being out of the meeting, he knows that today the portfolio is going to sit talking about the issue.
That's my biggest problem.
No, Chairperson, I think Minister is here. Let me raise my dissatisfaction to the Minister, so that Minister can be able to attend to this matter of the SAFA CEO, even though they will think.
Honorable Chair.
Minister, sorry to put you on the spot regarding this issue of the SAFA CEO, even though they will say that we are interfering in their business. Unfortunately, at some point, we need to interfere because we need answers from them. This thing of SAFA CEO, it's getting out of hand, where every time when the meeting is on virtual, it's either she will be saying she has a network problem. Like today, she's not here, but she known about this meeting, not yesterday, not a day before yesterday. It has been there on the schedule. For her to be absent in this meeting, I felt like it's a disrespect to this portfolio committee. If she knew that she was not going to come, she was supposed to send someone to represent her, so that we can be able to get answers from SAFA. So I am not sure, Minister. Sometimes we burden you with these problems, Minister. My apology, but definitely, can you assist us in sorting out the matters of SAFA, so that we can be able to get the response as this portfolio committee? Unfortunately, we are not representing ourselves. We are representing the community that we came from. We are representing the sports community, which cannot be able to raise this issue. We are their mouthpiece. Let me leave you, Minister, to respond on this. I know it's very difficult on you regarding this issue of SAFA. Unfortunately, we have nowhere to go.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair and Honorable Mulezana. I also think it's a bit regrettable when the committee, it's a very busy day for all politicians, members of the committee today, but you still avail yourself. I am meeting SAFA next week. I've spoken telephonically with the president of SAFA, Dr. Tenny Jordan, and I can assure you, Honorable Mulatani, to say that I will have this on the agenda. I do not know the reasons why the CEO is not here, but I will also ask all of us to avail ourselves, particularly when on days where the portfolio committee is looking for us. Thank you very much. I hope that helps, but I'll put it on the agenda, Honorable Mulatani.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Can the Banyana Banyana coach, maybe she might know something on these questions that I've raised regarding the current differences between Banyana Banyana and Bafana Bafana in contract, match fees, bonuses, prize money, insurance, and other benefits, and the issue of a clear information about sponsorship and payments. Maybe Dr. Ellis will be able to give us an idea. Chairperson.
Yeah, you are directing the questions. They have to respond directly.
Excuse me, Chair.
Portfolio Secretary.
Yes, Chair, maybe Ms. Lubisi, who is the head of women's football at SAFA, can be able to assist.
Please assist us. Please unmute. Is that you said Ms. Lubisi?
Yes, Mr. Chairperson, Ms. Dawn Lubisi, who made the remarks on behalf of SAFA.
Ms. Dawn Lubisi?
Am I audible? Oh,
Yes,
thank you,
you
Chair.
are now audible.
Thank you so very much, Chair. Chair, as far as I'm aware, we have both our senior national teams when it comes to your international matches as well as international friendlies. They have the same, they are getting paid the same bonuses and salaries, all of that. So that is the same across the two national teams.
Honorable Molatani.
Chairperson, thank you very much. Let me just go straight to my recommendation. You know, every time when you see the word SAFA, you just get angry. Not even angry. I'm just being disappointed. And the worst part is that we are expecting women administrators to do their best. Unfortunately, in this instance, you have one a woman who disappoint all of us, whereas we know very well that where women are running the entities, the department, you don't find a lot of mistakes. But in this instance, we have one woman who disappoints us. Chairperson, my first recommendation is that SAFA should provide a transparent comparison of the contract salaries, match fees, bonuses, prize money, insurance, transport and accommodation, and medical benefits provided to Banyana Banyana and Bafana Bafana. Second recommendation, a funded roadmap should be developed for the professionalization of women football from school and community structures to professional leagues. And the third, SAFA should adequately resource its women football department and should establish a separate gender transformation unit with authority to influence executive decision. As I step down, thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you so much, Honorable Molatani. I think that is important points that you have raised. And even the minister has indicated that somehow, someone must come up with a plan, seeing that our potential has increased and our chances has increased when it comes to the World Cup. The Honorable Sitembile.
Thanks, Chair. Good morning, everyone, and thank you for the presentations that were given to us today. I think for me, as a start, I think we can all realize, Chair, that the problem is not the absence of policy, and that most of our failures is actually in our inability to convert the commitments into funded, enforceable, and measurable outcomes. And I want to focus a little bit on that for now before I go on to the next set of questions. And my focus will be to the department. The report identified a recurring pattern of strong policy commitments, but there is weak implementation with gender targets, budgets, deadlines, and consequences either are absent or inadequately undefined. Now, what prevents the department from treating gender transformation as a measurable performance obligation rather than a policy aspiration? And this is directed to the minister. Why is it not a measurable outcome rather than a policy aspiration?
Yes, Honorable Nkosi, just so I am clear, you say why is it a measurable outcome?
I'm asking why is it not a measurable outcome rather than a policy aspiration?
No, I
So gender
understand
is like a policy thing. It's not built into performance, it's not measured, it's not tracked, it's not calculated. Why is that so? Why is it just like, you know, an aspiration, we want to do this? How is it? Or rather, let me ask directly to you, are you committing to placing before Parliament a federation by federation scorecard that will show the targets and the performance against the transformation and the women's sport?
Well, you know, I think that is not going to be possible immediately. And it's not a commitment I would like to make immediately. And I'll explain to yourself and the committee why. When I took over as minister, SAFA didn't attract sponsors. I remember it was this journalist called Velile. He was actually showing me I was taking a picture next to the sponsor SAFA is now. We've worked together with SAFA to attract more sponsors. We met with Sasol for women's football. But the problem here for me is everybody talks, we need to get feet in the stadium. That's the first thing. If you want to attract sponsors, you need to get people. And I just said that we need to give the department a big financial injection. But before that, we need to have a workshop which includes all stakeholders to say, how are we, out of that workshop, only then will targets be set. Because everybody speaks.
I'm speaking specifically on gender transformation in the department, not just SAFA, Minister. I'm talking in the sports department. Gender transformation within the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture is not seen as a measurable outcome on the performance of the department, but rather as a policy aspiration. I think maybe you missed my question.
Oh, but when you say
I see you talking
the
about
department is led
feet
by
in the
a woman.
stadium, and I understand all of that. But I'm particularly asking now about gender transformation within DSEC.
No, DSEC does not have a problem with gender. If you mean more women representation.
More women's sport, the transformation in women's sport, the support for women's sport.
No, but we're giving support for women's sport. We give them money, one. Number two, I've just made a commitment, which is the biggest commitment ever made, that we are going to give 100 million for that. I've set meetings up. I've been in contact with the Banyana Banyana coach, Desiree Ellis. and say if there's anything help they need, we are here. We have last year stepped in when salaries could not be paid of the women. Now the department is A class when it comes to support for women's sport. That's why I'm saying that once again we're going a step further. Never done before. We're putting 100 million. When it comes to our attitude regarding women's sport, we are unapologetic. We are unapologetic when it comes to our attitude, when it comes to women's sport, that it needs to take its rightful place in South Africa.
Okay, Minister, I'm taking on from what you've just said. In the report itself, there was an indication that approximately 1.3 billion is allocated to recreation development and sports promotion. And only about 10.1 million of that is specifically identifiable for women's sporting codes, which is less than 1% of the program. So it brings me back to the question I said. If you're saying that you guys are focusing on women sporting codes, how does the department demonstrate that the remaining expenditure is between women and girls equitable? Can you provide us with the expenditure analysis showing exactly how much public money reaches women's sport and what outcomes it purchased? Because I think you mentioned figures here, but the reality is quite different in terms of what we see. I mean, even with Banyana Banyana itself and Bafana Bafana, the previous speaker or respondent said they get the same money. We know that's not true. And the fact that we are sitting in this portfolio committee and we hearing stories about, no, we give the same attention. Yet in a report that has just been given to us right now, it shows that less than 1% of a 1.3 billion allocation goes towards women's sporting codes. Can you please make that make sense, Minister?
All right, the CFO will answer on that, or the department will answer on that figures. But I want to add something. Firstly, it's not true that men and women get the same when it comes to Banyana Banyana and Bafana Bafana. That's
Thank you,
absolutely
Minister.
not true.
Thank
It cannot be true. That's a lie. Secondly, I think we want to endeavor so there can be 50, they must get the same amount of money. That's what we should endeavor to achieve. But it's not just about money. There's so many factors. And we it's easy also just to blame SAFA. But even us, we need to hold up the mirror. Ask yourself, Honorable Nkosi, when last did you and the group support Banyana Banyana?
Physically. The last
Which
time they were
match?
playing in South
Pardon?
Africa. The last time they were playing in South Africa.
How many matches have you watched for Bafana Bafana? How many matches have I watched? Not the amount of matches that we should be, me and you. I'm just being putting ourselves on the spot here, you and me. Now that helps. And I'm using yourself and myself as an example. And I was once so happy when I saw the chair of the portfolio committee attending matches. I'm saying that in South Africa, we can do more to go and watch matches. Then there comes more sponsorship because of matches. Even I, as a minister, I can do more. And you, as a member of the portfolio committee, you can do more. We should inspire people to go and watch, but we shouldn't lie here and say they are being treated the same. They are not being treated the same. We are so behind. There's R1 billion worth of sponsorship going into the PSL, for instance. There's not even a league for women that's properly run and funded. But I'll leave the department to answer the one of the issue of
the budgets.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. And I'm going to invite you to the next one.
You better invite me to all of them.
I will do that. Thank you, Honorable.
Thanks, Minister. The
Honorable
department?
Nkosi,
Yes, Chair.
you've asked a very important question. And no one of the department came to the rescue of the minister. There are targets, there are measures. It's called within the department the development goals. And there are items also that speaks to that on how they assist when it comes to rural areas, to poverty, So maybe Dr. Kumalo, can you, for the sake of information to members, ask the individual who deal with the sustainable development goals and those targets, what are the status of those? I think that is what Honorable Nkosi would like to hear when it comes to the issue of women.
Yes, thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Chairperson. Chairperson, you are saying you are not coming to the assistance of the minister. Protocol requires that I allow the minister to speak until he finishes. The honourable member Nkosi was there. I want us to start by saying, if you look at, and it's in reference exactly, Honorable Nkosi, to what Chairperson is saying, if you look at our APP, when you go to each of the key performance indicators, it then disaggregates the data as according to how much, what percentage goes to, for instance, women, to youth and persons with disabilities. And that is done per KPI. But over and above that, what has assisted us further is what I mentioned earlier on. I don't know whether honourable member had joined right at the beginning when I said the inclusion of the department by the national department as one of the 12 departments that are doing the gender responsive budgeting has assisted us, because we have then been able to be able to categorize out of all the funds that we have per program, how much is then specifically aimed as a gender response. So we've done that. We've got a document or a spreadsheet that shows those particular figures. But in terms of the numbers, etc., let me then allow the DDG, because he can quote with his chief directors, because they manage that budget directly. Thanks, Honourable Member.
Thank you, DG, and through you, Chair. Let me just respond to the first part of the Honourable Nkosi's question around
May I please see your face, sir?
Yes, you can, ma'am.
Maybe you're Ichama.
There's nothing to see there, Honorable Nkosi.
I can see. I can see, Minister.
Can you see me, ma'am? Can you see me? Are you able to see me?
No, I think something's wrong with your screen. It's fine. You can proceed.
As we go along. Honorable Nkosi, I think my presentation, I think what I tried to demonstrate was how we moved far beyond what you call policy aspirations and into practical implementation of what is contained within those particular policies. And I think through my presentation, I've been able to demonstrate very clearly how far we've gone in terms of, activating and operationalizing the policies that we've got in place as a department. And I think I've given all those details and those figures in there. The other thing around the budget, I don't think the CFO is on the platform, but the 1.3 billion that you are quoting for RDSP, Honorable Nkosi, is the entire budget for the branch, which includes salaries and everything else. So it's not funding that's allocated to sport and sport development in particular. So it includes all those elements. What we have and like I said to you in the presentation, our women's programs are embedded essentially in what we call a conditional grant. And in our school sport program, and for that we've got 250 million rand set aside. But what we can do, Honorable Nkosi, is to provide you with data, because we do measure the impact and the numbers in terms of women participation, as well as other what we could call vulnerable groups like people with disabilities, and we can avail that data to you after the meeting. But it is there. It is contained, like the DJ said, in our plans. It's there, it's measurable, and we are able to then provide that information to you going forward, Honourable Member. I don't know if my colleague, Mr. Tebahai, would want to add. Thank you, Chair, through you. Thank you.
Mr. Tebahai, are you adding?
Yeah, no, thank you so much. And good morning, Chairperson members, Minister, Deputy Minister, DG, and colleagues present here, members of SAFA and CGE. Thank you so much. Chair, just on the budget, what we have what we have done, and I think you'll see in the recommendations of that in the presentation of the DDG, what we have done with the allocation of the conditional grant is that all our programs aspire and we measure all these vulnerable groups, including women, and we don't have a dedicated or a mainstream a program of sport that only focuses on women. Our programs are integrated. So at all material times, when we deliver school sport program, be it championships, be it training, it's integrated. So whatever spent realized into those programs, it is inclusive of the budget that benefits the women. In fact,
And do you think that's effective? Sorry to just cut you in there. Do you think that's effective in terms of your transformation agenda?
Look, in terms of inclusivity into our program, I think that's an ongoing goal because we try to ensure that our programs are implemented in a partial manner across all and benefit all. Unfortunately, well, obviously with the scarcity of resources, we've got to do an integrated program that includes people with disabilities, women, and young people to ensure that the spend is maximized, especially when you look at the overheads that
You're
they
not
are.
answering my question, member. I'm asking if you think that is effective in terms of the transformation agenda. Do you think that budgeting in that way? Because I think part of why we're here as a portfolio committee is to review the way of doing things and the effectiveness of that. The question I'm asking is, given the fact that you guys have got a transformation agenda and you've got targets, do you believe the way that you are budgeting for the department is effective in you reaching those goals? And those are the part of the questions we need to be asking, so that if there is an issue and things need to be changed, they are changed. It's not just about maximizing because it makes sense, but it's saying, is it giving rise to the results that you are looking for as a department?
I think when it comes to school sports, indeed, we are making a good progress, and I think we see the results in terms of that. Where we still have challenges, it's in community programs, community sport type of programs and club development. And precisely because those are not institutionalized. So you rely more on the response of community members, community clubs, and you rely on other civil society organizations that are there to bring this groups into play. So that's where we found short. But in schools, I can tell you that yes, we see good results in terms of that. Thanks.
So you're saying the DBE is doing its job and the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture is failing?
No.
Because if you're saying it works in schools, it means you're only able to manage where someone else has already got territory. Where you are supposed to be mobilizing community sports and other areas of sports, you are struggling. Maybe explain that to me. I'm not quite understanding, because if it is a target of the department, if it is a role and there's an existing department that looks after community sports and club sports, there must be performance measures attached to that. And I was speaking specifically on women, and maybe just also touch on the woman aspect. I would like to know, in terms of the measurable outcomes that you're looking at towards women participation in all sporting codes, what does that look like? Are you guys saying you're on track? Are you saying that the budget used the way that it's being used is making a difference towards women sports or women participation in sports?
Look, I think to be fair, the school sport program as a joint program, it's institutionalized and we've got policies in place for that. And therefore, we are able then, through the invoking of those policies, are able to then institutionalize and mainstream this particular area. And that's the point that I'm trying to emphasize with getting women.
Okay, let's leave the one that's working. Let's talk about the
Okay.
other ones that are struggling, because you're
so
going to
in-
spend a lot of time telling me about
Yes.
something that's not a concern.
Okay, so when it comes to club development, clubs are run and governed through the federations. And as federations at local association level, I'm talking about a unit, even a ward level, clubs are usually organized by volunteers and community members. And in that regard, you are hoping and you're working with these clubs organized already in that particular setup to join and affiliate within the federations so that you are able to establish a league for women. So
Okay.
in the absence of having this, you've got to rely on a pull from the school's side to then that the after-school program ought to enjoin or partner with community clubs so that you can have a pool coming out of the school system into the community setup and have those clubs. And as you know, that generally that setup is a setup that is society driven, and you are reliant on this
How long
factors.
have
And
you been using this system that you've just explained now?
it's an established system in the sports sector.
Has it worked?
It's an established system in the sector.
Has it worked?
And that's why we're saying we need to
Has it
pull
worked?
resources in. It's working where it's working, honorable
Where
member.
is it
And
working?
we're having, like I'm saying, we're having some challenges with it.
So understanding that there's challenges and you're saying you're using that system, what have you drawn up as, I mean, you said it's, and the reason I asked how long it's been in process is I want to understand that identifying the gaps and the fact that it is not providing the right transformation. What have you done to make sure that you work on a strategy or a different way of working to make sure that you activate the community and club sport area? Because what I'm hearing from you is, well, it hasn't really been working. We do what we can, but the money and the budget keeps being used every single year, and that's unacceptable. Unless you're saying to me the budget remains largely untouched.
No, I think there are other dependencies there, and
Such as?
amongst them is the availability of facilities.
Okay.
Amongst them is the availability of the necessary technical expertise to provide training even in those areas. Amongst them is the organization and the administration that and the leadership that is required at that level to to safeguard and protect this thing. And those areas we have put resources to assist federations. First, the facility space, it's a municipal space. We are intervening through minister when we build the combi courts to ensure that women are there, but also those facilities must meet the norms and standards, because one of the things of facilities is that they must also safeguard and protect women. You know, when you have a facility that is able to allow women to be
I'm
able
going
to.
to stop you there, DG. And I'm sorry if it sounds bad because we are definitely time bound. I feel like we're going all over the show. You're not really getting to what I'm getting to. What I'm picking up is that the department is able to raise what the issues are, but they're not able to present to us a plan in terms of turning things around and what could be done to fix it. You are good at telling me what the issues could be with the facilities. This is where the problems are, but I'm not hearing leadership and solutions in terms of saying, now that we've identified, and you saying these are long-standing problems, we all know them. I've been involved in sports all my life. Whatever you're mentioning, I'm not hearing for the first time, right? The question I have now is, do you think that you as a department have got the capacity to be able to transform or to make a change in those sectors? And the question is, what is the plan around that? I would rather hear about, now that we identified what these issues are, this is how we plan to move forward, or this is how we plan to make sure that we activate community club sports and women participation and all of that. I just keep hearing you giving me a list of the problems.
Look, we've got a program called Club Development Program.
Sure.
And one of the intentions of that program is to intervene in club sport, in communities, not even at a particular level, in communities, to train women in sport so that they can participate, to train the coaches, to train the technical officials, to design programs and league programs that will encourage women to participate in sport. We are dedicating an enormous amount of resources into that program as an intervention program that will help us intervene into sports. It's not only that. We've got a number of recreational programs that we are implementing. Amongst them is programs such as the Indigenous Games, for instance, which encourages the participation of women into the heritage and Indigenous Games programs. It's also basic community sport programs and recreational programs where we could also have dedicated programs that we do with other organizations that are promoting and are looking after women in particular. And we have mainstreamed those programs to ensure that participation of women in physical activities is having support and is receiving support, and there's a responsive programs amongst that. So those are some of the things that we are dealing with. But there are other factors, like I'm saying, that cannot be solved solely through sports programs, that require other interventions. And the fact that those have an effect, they do to some extent affect the response of women and girls into the participation in sport and physical activities. So that's the
Okay.
part that I wanted to mention, that yes, resources and programs and plans are there. The response is the interventions that we seek and support from other institutions.
I think I'm going to give you an opportunity. I'm going to write down this question and send it to the department for written reply, because I don't think you're doing justice, or maybe you're not quite understanding. You need to apply yourself in the response around this. Let's go back to the study. The CGE initially targeted 20 national federations, yet only 12 participated. And the report itself records that there was difficulty in obtaining information from some officials and concerns over victimization of participants. What leverage does DSAC have over publicly funded federations that refuse to provide information or fail to meet transformation obligations? And how much public funding has been withheld, redirected, or subjected to corrective action as a result of non-compliance?
Chair, through you, I'm going to ask Mr. Mube, who deals with federations, to respond. Honorable Nkosi, that is in order. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chair and Honorable Nkosi. The department does have some leverage.
Can I see your face, please, Simpiwe?
Okay, apologies.
Oh, you're the one with the camera problem. Oh, no, you're not. Great.
No, I don't have a camera problem. Honorable Chair, thanks. The department does have some leverage to a certain extent, although it becomes a little bit difficult when it comes to projects of this nature, in terms of conducting surveys, Honorable Chair. So, but in terms of the department's specific projects and commitments, yes, the department is able to institute some measures to compel the federations to respond. Some of them do work, but some of them, as much as they may be effective, for instance, withholding of funds, may be effective. However, what it does is that the actual athletes at the end of the day suffer when the funds are withheld, because those funds are meant to support the athletes and the programs that are being run by the federations. So it becomes a question of do you withhold the funds and let the athletes suffer, because it's not really the administration that will suffer as you withhold the funds. There are other measures, for instance, the measures that are indicated in the transformation charter. They include barring the federations from hosting or bidding to host international events, or the extreme one, Chair, is de-recognizing the federation. Again, that one is severe, because then it effectively means that the entire federation ceases to exist, and all the rights and privileges are taken from that federation. It also means that the federation cannot represent the country internationally. So it becomes a balancing act, Honorable Chair, which often requires careful thinking in terms of instituting those measures. Thanks, Honorable Chair.
All right, thank you so much for that. And then the last one I've got for the department is what are the latest figures for women presidents, chief executives, board members, coaches, officials, selectors, and high-performing personnel? What are the figures in terms of that percentages? Where are we sitting at?
It's straight through
Bakhona
you.
yini abafazi ku-executive? Bakhona na?
Can I proceed, Honorable Chair and
Yes,
Nkosi?
you can.
Chair, yeah, I think before your time we presented to the Portfolio Committee a status quo around this particular matter, Honorable Nkosi. With your permission, Chair, we can then forward that sort of detailed presentation to Honorable Nkosi, which clearly articulates the state of the federations in terms of, the governance process that's in place, the offices that are in place in terms of CEOs, CFOs, etc., etc. If we can then submit that to you, Honorable Nkosi, if that is okay. Thank you.
Okay, it seems like the other members also want.
Tell me, will Ms. Lubisi perhaps have an answer to Honorable Nkosi on that issue? Safa?
Honourable Chair, my name is Lauren Duncan. I'm the team manager of the South African Women's National Team. I just got off the phone with Ms. Lubisi, who had to step off the call, but we are aware that Madam CEO, Ms. Lydia Monyapayo, will be back online in the next 15 minutes, straight after the press conference that she's busy with. But I do know that Madam Lubisi has stepped off. But I know Ms. De Kooker and maybe Ms. Jessica Matong are able to take those questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Jessica Matong.
Honorable Chair, it's Ms. De Kooker again. Unfortunately, I cannot open my video. Yeah, the CEO is busy with the press conference now. She just indicated she will come back shortly to answer those questions.
Okay, let's do this, Honorable Nkosi. That will be communicated to the committee via the department. It is important information.
Thanks, Chair.
Please conclude, Honorable Member.
I think that'll be all for now, Chair. Thanks. Because it would have been a follow-up from there. It's fine. Thanks, Chair.
On that point, could I, Ms. Nkosi, Honorable Chair, on that point, could I maybe, while we wait for the CEO of SAFA to come in and share on the SAFA issues, just say that the issue of leadership and women in key positions is a challenge, not just in South Africa, but on the continent. Hence my typing to say we'd like to receive that information. I'd even like to receive the information from SAFA. I think what has become really clear is that we really need to take the women's space quite seriously, given lack of attendance, just lack of information on certain things. I struggle even at SAFA, and it's not to complain that we do not meet regularly as women to really drive our agenda and what needs to be done. And I think things have to change quite seriously. So I'm looking forward to receiving also that information so we can give input. And I think this platform has been a great insight to see the role players and who I can also reach out to collaborate with to make a difference in the space.
Thank you so much for that.
So noted.
Thanks, Chair.
Thank you so much. The Honorable Matong.
Thank you, sir.
The Honorable Matong. If we lost the Honorable Matong, in the meantime, I'm going
no,
to ask...
Chairperson, it's Motaung, not Mataung. Motaung.
I'm having an apology. I'm having an apology of Honorable Khabo, and he's just coming out of the blue in my meeting, punching me now, left, right, and center. The Honorable Matong. If not, I'm going to call upon the President of SASCOC, please take us to some of your remarks on equality?
Thank you, Chairperson, and good morning, honourable members, as well as all the members of staff from the department and other stakeholders that are part of the meeting. I'm Barry Hendricks, President of SASCOC. There are a few items that we would like to raise with regards to the reporting, but we'd also like to note that as a general matter, South Africa's social, economic, and other environments prevent many, such as the schooling system, such as in government schools, such as the funding for facilities at local level and the maintenance of facilities at local level, do impact negatively on the development of sport in general, and specifically with regards to the development of the girl child and women in sport, where the safety of the women at club level is, and the provision of facilities, especially for them to use during the matches and after the matches, it does create a problem for safeguarding as well. But here are some of the things that we want to put on record. We accept the direction of the CGE findings. Gender equality in South Africa sport is written into policy, but it's not institutionalized in practice from our experience. Where we differ with the Commission is not on the diagnosis, but where the enforcement instruments actually sit in law to ensure that change does happen. When it comes to SASCOC, we do bring to the table the fact that we do have our own constitution that states that 50% of our board and 50% of our commissions minimum must be women, and in fact there are more women on our board than men. We can't influence this into the federations, into policy, because there's no legislated framework that we can actually enforce this, bar the legislation of government, and I'll speak on that. We do have a functional gender commission under the leadership of Luandile Semilani, and they carry out the strategies for our organization. We also have a separate safeguarding stream under the leadership of Ms. Kim Popel, and that falls under our People and Partnerships program. SASCOC also has the National Colours Applications Membership and Monitoring and Event Coordination across its affiliated federations, and there are 78 affiliated members of SASCOC and 9 provincial sports confederations. So when we look at the figure of 20 federations being interviewed or surveyed, there is quite a huge amount of federations that are not being consulted. And we're going to request that that survey be broadened to get a proper figure of the status of the gender issues in sport. The 6 recommendations that we'd like to table as record is to use the current service level agreement, and one of the members, honourable members, did mention this, that there is a service level agreement that the federations do sign with the Department of Sport, and perhaps there we could add a further sentence that provides the importance or requirements for the changes to the number of women participating in sport. There is a law that does assist the department, and that's Section 13B of the Sports and Recreation Act, where the members are required to submit these statistics to the department by the 1st of April each year, annually, and a written progress report to them on the equity and redress guidelines. This, we feel, is not enforced though, and a bit more work can be done in this regard. We can, as SASCOC, host a national gender transformation dashboard online on our various platforms, and we can work with government and the Commission to set this particular dashboard up so that we can then monitor on a regular basis the transformation of and the improvement and growth of women and the girl child in sport. We also recommend the attachment of safeguarding policies to every federation and to every sports event. For example, all our athletes, when they go to the Olympics, Paralympics, Commonwealth Games, or Africa Games, be it juniors or seniors, without the approved safeguarding and gender-based violence policies that we have, and a named safeguarding officer. This must be part and parcel of every event and major event that we have in South Africa as well. And I'm not talking about the professional events. I'm specifically talking about events at local, regional, provincial, and national level in the amateur side of sport. We would like to put a rand value, the department to put a rand value when it's when it told the CGE that approximately 90% of its funding to sporting codes is directed towards women in sport. It would be good to understand how that is calculated and how it's represented, because I think it's a bit unclear at this stage, and I think some more work can be done in that regard. The greatest loss of women in sport is the post-school gap. And club leagues remain a weak component of the development of the girl child during adolescence and the women that participate in sport thereafter. And the CGE's report came to the same conclusion, where women's leagues, not only football, but women's leagues in general, are a major hurdle and stumbling block. We do welcome studies such as this, because it gives us an opportunity to find out where we are and where we've progressed with regards to sport in general. And perhaps the department and ourselves and the Gender Commission could look at hosting an annual gender conference. It could be virtual, could be physical, so that we can bring the people that are on the ground and at national level closer together with our stakeholders, such as the ministry, the department, the portfolio committee, and all other stakeholders that can play a major role in turning the scourge of safeguarding gender-based violence and improve the amount of women and girls participating in sport. I must say one of the biggest hurdles is the lack of facilities and the lack of a curriculum in schools, because that forms the foundation of girls getting involved in physical activity. And this applies to football and all other sporting codes. And we'd like to see further movement and growth with regards to that, where our local facilities are better maintained and are a safe haven for the girl child especially. Thank you, Chair. That's our input for today's session.
Thank you so much, Hendricks. That was really very much informative. Tell me, Honorable, oh, there you are, Honorable Mutahung, and not Matahung of Kaizer Chiefs. Please proceed, Honorable Member.
I'm also Motaung.
Unmute, Honorable Member.
Mr. Chairperson?
Honorable Mutaung, please unmute.
Honorable Mutaung is asking to be let in. I don't know if he's been let in. Can we just please get the administrators to check?
Yes, we have let him in, but he seems to be having difficulties with his gadget today.
His
But he
gadget
is in the meeting.
His gadget is freezing.
Yes, Chair.
Yeah, Honorable Mtetwa, please proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon. Good morning. It's not me who has checked out Mr. Mtaung. It's just a spell that he gave me yesterday to go before him. Sorry about that. Good morning, Chair. I'm down with flu, and I don't know whether I'll be able to cope with the rest of of this program. But I just wanted to, I don't know if these also have been touched. I wanted to check with the department how it dealt with, if they've not responded to that, how it dealt with the 5 million that it gave SAFA as an advance, which was shortchanging the amount that was supposed to be allocated for women participation in sports. How did it deal with, in soccer especially?
The department.
Thank you,
Chair, I'm
Honorable
going to ask
Member.
Mr. Oh, sorry.
Okay, now Chief Director Mngobe will go ahead. I think that's the advance that was paid in December 2024 that Honorable Member is referring to. Ms. Simpiwe.
Good afternoon once again. The advance, Honorable Chair, we paid the difference of the advance this financial year, which was the about 1.7 million. So it is really how it was dealt with, Chair, because it was an advance. Sorry, we paid it in the last financial year, which is 2026, 2025, 2026. That's really how it was dealt with, Chair.
And I want to find out what was the impact in terms of the women's, because when you pay 1.7 in the following financial year instead of 5 million, then it must affect the participation of women, because it was specifically for the participation of women, not for anything else, and you used for salaries this time. How did it impact on the participation of women?
Simpiwe, please continue with the response.
DG and Honorable Chair, perhaps the impact would be best explained by the association, as the department was responding to an immediate need that was expressed by the association. And as previously indicated, the department had to come to the association's rescue, noting that the association would have then made the necessary adjustments in the forthcoming year to deal with the shortfall that would have been caused by the 5 million that was advanced. Thank you, Chair.
So as the department, you just throw money and not care whether something is, you've got a program that you said you are going to report on the women participation in sport, and you then take the money that was supposed to facilitate that participation, you give it as an advance to salaries. And then the following year, when that program happens, you don't care. You don't even know whether that happened, how much, what was the impact. Is that what you are saying to me or to us today?
No, Honorable Mteto, that's not what we're saying. However, one is just indicating that the association, we indicated that the association needed to then make the necessary adjustments to then address because that amount was specifically earmarked for support of the league, which they managed to continue with the league as per the previous years, which was an indication that the association would have made those adjustments as indicated previously. Thank you.
Is there anyone from the association who can respond and tell us how did you manage considering that you were only given 1.7 instead of 5 million, how did you manage to deal with the participation of women? And I'm deliberately going to the association because as the department, you should have had a report on the matter, because if you allocate 5 million for participation, you must get a report that says from the 1.7, not how we dealt it. We went to rob the bank in order to get the remainder. But with 1.7, this is what we did. We borrowed or what? That's what I want to find out from the association. Is there anyone from the association who can confirm or give us that or take us into confidence that the women participation was not impacted, was not negatively impacted? Is there anyone? Chair, is there anyone from the association who's here?
Honourable Chair, Honourable Eugene, I don't think you were on when I did introduce myself. I'm the team manager of the Senior Women's National Team. I am here for the association, but unfortunately I can't answer that question. But I am confident that our CEO will be coming into the meeting in the next few minutes. Thank you.
Oh, the CEO is not here. No, that's
Excuse me,
fine.
Chair. Excuse me, Chair. The CEO has just joined the meeting, so if Mr. Mteta can maybe repeat the question.
CEO, welcome. Honorable Mteto, please repeat the question.
Can I see the CEO? Because I hadn't seen the CEO. Okay.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Good
colleagues.
afternoon. How are you, CEO?
I'm doing fine, thank you. Yourself?
No, that's good. I just want to find out. Previously, you got an advance from the department in order to sort out the challenge of salaries at SAFA. And then the following year, the department only gave you 1.7. I suppose they deducted the other amount which was given to you. 100% of it was withdrawn, was withheld. Now, how did you manage to continue with women participation in sport? Because that particular amount was specifically for the participation of women in football. How did you deal
Okay,
with that?
yeah.
What did you do?
No, thank you very much. Yes, if you recall, the department did give us 5 million, but that money was to pay bonuses, outstanding bonuses for both Banyana and Bafana, and some fees for our technical staff, so to speak, the ones that are coming in and out of camp. That's how we disperse the money. And then that money specifically was, well, on a normal day or a normal year, that money is meant to go to the Hollywood Bet Super League, because that money has been allocated by the department for the league, for the women's the Hollywood Bet Super League, for the women's national league, so to speak. So following that, we use the money for the bonuses. And yeah, we obviously could not get the money anywhere else, but we managed to make ends meet in the Hollywood Bet Super League.
How did you do that? That's what I want to find out, not what you did with the 5 million. That was advanced. 1.7.
1.7, we use it for the data. We use it for the coverage of the women's league to ensure that there is more coverage, because SABC, you'll find that they are covering 30. They used to cover 30 games, but they increased the number of games to about just over 50. I think it was 57 last year. So now we have these cameras that we use to flight the matches whenever other games that are not being flighted by SABC are taking place. So that's what we do. I think if
Was there any negative impact because you got lesser than the amount that you were supposed to be given? Was there any negative impact?
The Hollywood Bet Super League already, is running in negative. So obviously there would be further negativity based on the fact that we moved money around from the Women's League, taking it elsewhere. I think you would have seen, some of our clubs also complaining about late payments. We had to move money around so that we can ensure that the clubs get the grants that they require for attendance of the matches. But yeah, we have to move money around. That's what we do all the time because our budgets are never sufficient to do the kind of things that we really need to be doing.
Okay, I will send my further questions so that you give me detailed input into how did it affect, because moving money around, that's not how government operates. When you are given money by government, it says 6 million, it's for a particular thing. There are processes that you follow in order to apply for a deviation. So you can't take money that is allocated for women participation in the league and then you place it somewhere else, you pay it for something else, and then you come back and report. What do you report when you come back to the department? Did you report to the department? What did you do with that amount?
We did. We gave them who was paid that money. We gave them the report.
The 1.7.
Proof of payments. The 1.7, yes, we did give a report. Yeah,
Okay.
we did give the report, yes. I will get the report from the finance department and submit it.
Okay, department, why are you acting as if you don't know what happened with the money when I'm asking you, how did that 1.7 that you gave to women league impact how did it impact on the participation of women during the league? Why acting as if you don't know? If you have been given the report, why can't you state what you have and accept it as a report? What is the challenge?
And Honorable Mteto, I think my response was indicated that one, the Hollywood Bets was reported as having been conducted and hosted. However, the honorable member was asking about the impact, which is not necessarily something that is covered in the report. The report indicates what the funds, the 1.7 was used for. But the honorable member was specifically asking about the impact. And the best answer I could give was that the association did manage to proceed with the Hollywood Bets league, for which the
Limping, it continued limping. And this is what I'm trying to find out, that wouldn't you have taken money from somewhere? Why did you choose to take money that is meant to assist women in their best participation? And you decide to give it for salaries. Why did you take from the women's participation? This is exactly what I was asking from the minister yesterday, that when you recognize Bafana, it is 5 million. When you recognize women, Banyana is 1 million. So there are those discrepancies that are continuing to happen. But the message behind this, women are not just participants. They are coming from a history that had subjected them to these unfair treatment. We cannot continue. We must sacrifice from our side whatever those salaries that you are saying that they were paid for from that 5 million. You could have dealt with it differently and in other way and other Then now you have 6 million or whatever amount that you are supposed to give to women for this participation, according to your own program that you had agreed upon, that you presented to the parliament. But you deviate from that, you take the money and deviate it because you are feeling kind towards the issue of salaries, which was a good gesture. I don't deny the fact that it had to be done. But I'm saying here we are dealing with the issue of women participation and we see the challenges that are around this. Yet the money that is supposed to be utilized for women participation, it is then diverted to something
Honorable
else.
Honorable Mtetwa, the second, just for
Chair.
the sake of clarity and for the record, where did they move that money from? The department?
Chair, if I could respond, the money was not moved from anywhere else except that it was taken from the allocation that would have been made to SAFA in the 2025-26 financial year. It was just advanced to the previous year. Thank you,
For
Chair.
something else, contrary to what it was allocated for. Let's agree. That's the nature of it. This is my question around this thing, that the money was deviated from what it's supposed to do. Then salaries became a priority, bonuses became a priority over participation of women in the following year. Be that as it may, I would like to get the report on that, a detailed report on what was the thinking around that and how did it impact, so that we are able to assess the performance in terms of this particular deliverable. Having said that, Chair, I don't have many questions. I don't have other questions, but I want to do this clarion call and just be honest about the situation. Yesterday, Minister Gayton Mackenzie answered me in a very sensitive way or emotional way, or in a manner that touched me emotionally, to say honestly, indeed, we are not giving women's sport the attention it deserves. I am definitely one of the culprits when it comes to attendance of this. I did attend, I think it was netball, the World Cup netball in Cape Town. It was not communicated in a manner that you would have communicated the World Cup of rugby or the World Cup of soccer. That one we must admit, and I'm happy. I'm happy that the minister also took the responsibility. Collectively, we have failed our women. I am one person, CEO. I'm gonna be asking.
Yeah, Honorable Mtetwa, you must speak for yourself. we are here and we are keeping the department and the minister account. The minister must not ask questions. We attend. I don't want to go into this thing. We attend all of these.
Okay.
All of these games we are attending, and we.
Okay.
So I don't want to go into that debate in terms of our oversight role and the tools of trade for us to do that oversight. And I discussed this morning with the minister the tools of trade for that oversight. So there's no ticket for you. You can't go to rugby. You can't go to watch. You can't go to watch the women. The women, the federations must come to the party. I want to address the CEO.
Now let me finish.
Just a second. You're going to speak now.
Okay.
While we have the CEO in our midst, I also want to give an opportunity, seeing that it's an issue of national interest, on perhaps he can also inform on this platform the nation on the candidacy of SAFA. But you are not forced. If you want to, you're welcome to make that announcement. But Honorable Mtetwa, proceed, conclude, and then I'm going to give to the CEO of SAFA that opportunity.
Thank you, Chair. No, I just wanted to say, yes, even though I did attend the World Cup, which made me to think twice again on it, because I really felt that it was not properly organized like you would have expected a World Cup to be, and not communicated. Most people that I met on the streets in Cape Town, just in Cape Town, did not even know that there was a netball World Cup that was happening in their own city. And I'm happy that the minister said that, and I hold him to that, to his word, that he said he's making an allocation of 100 million for the League of Women in the next financial year. I will wait for that to happen. But from now on, I am going to be knocking at every federation's door to request tickets for women, especially women games. I want to start doing that so that even the nation can start following, as some of us who are public figures, we influence a number of people following us. So I will start communicating about that. Mr. Henry Berrick, please expect me at your door with these things. Even when there are these discussions that are happening, the conferences, what, please, can I be invited? Because I really want to focus on that and assist our country towards the women participation in sport. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. CEO?
Yes, Chair. You requested about the candidacy of the elections. We have just come out of a press conference now with the governance committee that was that spent a couple of weeks now working on the verification of the nominees that put forward their candidacy for the 2026 SAFA national elections. And they basically told the media in terms of what processes they followed, how many number of candidates was received, and how many candidates in each category were vetted to be eligible for the elections. I think it's public knowledge now, because the media was there, that 2 candidates submitted nominations for the presidency, and both of them were declared eligible. There were 30 candidates for the national list, and 25 of those were declared eligible. And of the provincial list, there were 27 candidates that put forward their nomination forms. And of that 27, 25 were declared eligible for the presidential for the elections. So what will happen now is that we will communicate the names of those candidates that are eligible to the members, so that they are aware. And then after that, we will make public the names. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you so much, CEO. On behalf of the committee, I would like to wish you well. We are all aware that we are not going through good times, but it's tough. And so happy and so glad that we have you as the CEO who will address the nation on that very important announcement. We also have the woman on the program that will address us later, but I will introduce her later on. While you were absent, and we understand your absence, the minister has also, has promised that we have to see to what extent we can assist Banyana Banyana. We have more chances, we have more opportunities now, seeing that the pool has now been enlarged from 32 to 40 something. So there are huge opportunities. So we need to take Banyana Banyana by the hand. And that is important in all our spheres, in all our budgets. And even so importantly, so that did not come out very prominent in the presentation by the department, is the sustainable development goals, and how those various indicators speak to the various areas in our rural areas in South Africa. I'm now going to call upon the Honorable Mutaung, the last speaker, and then we are going to have the Woman of the Day to address us.
Thank you so much, Chair. I hope I'm visible now.
Yes, you are. Please,
okay.
Please proceed. Except that your gadget is freeze. Have you attended Parliament so that they can fix your laptop?
Now I'll attend to them. I'm using my phone now.
Thank you.
Okay, Chair. I only have a few questions, Chairperson, and since as well the minister have pledged the 100 million rand towards the women in sports. I just want to find out if have they already did a draft of saying how is that money going to be distributed? Is that money only going to belong to Banyana Banyana, or it's going to be distributed in all the phases of sports in terms of the development and Banyana Banyana as well? I'll pause there for now.
Thank you, Honorable Mutaung. You know, in my experience since becoming a minister, Honorable Mutaung, I've seen that the corporate sector are now coming back to get involved in sport. But one thing I've learned is once they see you as committed as government, you've committed your funds, they start committing. So we are planning to say we want to commit 100 million. We are going to commit 100 million, which would give us not the right, but will give us the privilege to ask the difference. Can you commit 300 million? Can you commit 100 million? We've done this. Having said that, the plan is that the establishment of a league for women's football should take precedence in the first tranche of money we will be transferring. But the greater plan is not only about football, it's about women's sport in general, rugby, cricket. But before that would happen, you ask about the draft. We will have a meeting with SAFA and the different sporting coaches where we have a workshop. I mentioned it earlier to Honorable Nkosi, that we will have a workshop where we will be discussing how this money will be disbursed. Thank you very much, Honorable Ndau.
Thank you so much, Minister. My next question is posed on in SAFA. SAFA, since as well you know that there's leagues that have been established and women are playing sports. What have you done in order to support them, not only financially, but what sort of measures that you have put in place in order to make sure that they get the necessary support?
The head of women football. Is Messi, is Busi, I think. Is he still in this meeting? Lubisi?
She did mention to you that she told me that she had to leave the meeting. She's not able to come back on.
Who's that?
This
Okay, no, that's fine. We don't expect to respond to. She was not present in the whole meeting. I thought you will be able or be in a position to inform us. Perhaps if you can flag that question for a response in writing, Honorable Mataung.
Okay, I'll do that, Chairperson. Then this takes me back to my second question. Since as well there's the SAFA elections. I'd love to ask the CEO before I go to my next question. How many women are participating there?
She's not present.
The CEO.
Yeah, she's just been kicked off.
Ow.
Yeah, Honorable Mataung, you were also kicked out.
When did I get kicked?
It's not me, Mr.
Oh,
Mataung.
They kicked me off. They kicked me out the other day, but kicked
No,
off.
she's here, Chairperson.
Sorry,
No,
sorry.
I mean
Today,
I'm here.
today
Chairperson,
she's not
I'm
making.
Not
Today she's not
today.
making
System.
a lot of
System,
noise.
CEO.
Okay,
Kicking the CEO.
CEO. I'd love to pose a question. In your candidates, how many women are there?
Thank you, honorable member. I'm unable to answer that right now as I do not have the list. I have to communicate that list as well.
Be careful of that line, CEO,
No,
that you
but
can't
CEO,
answer
you
now.
just said.
Sorry.
You
Honorable,
just
that's
said.
why you're out of order. Give Honorable Mataung an
I
opportunity.
just said.
CEO, you just said you're coming from the meeting, and you guys have the list of
Honorable
candidates.
What I was
Mataung.
saying is that
Honorable
I have not
Mataung.
gone through the list that was
Chairperson?
submitted
Yes.
to me by the governance committee.
She will inform us. That was the message earlier, Honorable Mataung. She will communicate the names.
No, I just wanted to find out, Chair, how many women are there and how many men are there in the as candidates?
At this
CEO,
point
if you are
at this point in time, I don't know, Honorable Motaung, but I will be able to answer that question as soon as I've had a look and I've communicated that information to the members.
They must not open the envelope, Honorable Mataung.
Okay. Okay, my question will be, ask Jessica, tell me, do you believe it's high time that we have the women's president in football?
Chair and Honorable Mataung, certainly very important that we have representation for women in all spaces, from the grassroots right down to top leadership. And I think that is something that has to happen in due course in this country. And it's something that has to happen even on the continent. I think I said earlier, we have serious challenges in terms of women being able to sit at the table and be in the room and be part of the decision making. And certainly if we can reach that stage, we'll have made great progress.
So do you believe there's policies that are binding not to give women an opportunity in order to elevate themselves?
I don't know if there are policies that are binding and not allowing women, but certainly the system has to be looked at, and we have to maybe do an assessment. Maybe those policies are in place, but certainly there's a lot of work to be done. And I think there's discussions earlier that were speaking about the kind of quotas that are put in place to improve women's representation. So I think a lot of work must be done to research what is the stumbling block. And most importantly, I think for me, coming out of the WAFCON and speaking to women on the continent, it's also high time that we as women become a lot more bolder, become a lot more assertive in making sure that we are in these rooms, that we're sitting in those tables, and maybe we need to be sitting and looking at some of that legislation and policy and driving that agenda. I know one of the things that's coming out of CAF and the task force that I'm part of is that we are looking at putting a quota on the continent in terms of representation, and there's a lot of research and data being collected, and today's meeting was very insightful in terms of the data that I will be requesting to be able to share continentally, so that we can also say to CAF, we'd like to see the number of women in leadership positions growing. I mean, if you look at the CAF Exco right now, you only have one woman in the CAF Exco. And these are the things that we are speaking quite strongly about. And that's why I'm quite waiting for the report from the CEO to understand also the number of women within the SAFA structures and within the NEC and various stages of the SAFA platform. But certainly I think it's a collaborative process, and I'm calling to women to sit and start having conversations together to say, how can we further find other women and build other women also who can fill those platforms, not just at the top, but also through the entire value chain and ecosystem.
Okay, thank you so much. But from your department, have SAFA reached out to you guys in your department or in the entity that you guys are serving at to say, here's an opportunity, we need candidates? Did they reach out to you guys in that regards?
In terms of the Women's Committee?
now in terms of the candidates for the presidency and other members of the committee?
Well, first and foremost, I think obviously we sit on the committee, which is a starting point. I think the functionality of the committee and the consistency of the committee becomes important, but certainly no one has reached out to us from a candidacy point of view.
Okay. Thank you so much. So, Chair, last one. So when you guys went to AFCON, what sort of challenges that you met there that the minister did not know of, and that you want the department to correct them, including the federations? Hello?
Hello, can you repeat? Is that question for me?
No, it's for all of your team. So anyone that from your team can answer.
Please repeat the question.
What sort of challenges did you encounter when you guys went to the AFCON with Banyana Banyana? And is the department aware of? And if they are aware of, have they reached out to you guys? And if not, why? Then the why will go to the department.
I think I'll leave that to the team manager, Lauren. I think you could speak to that. I know that the committee hasn't received the full report of what the WAFCON, the full report on WAFCON, but maybe the CEO and the team manager are able to articulate the initial issues that they experienced and maybe would be able to share with the department.
Okay, department or...
Hi, Chairperson. I thought the CEO was responding. There are no formalized complaints that were brought to us by SAFA with regard to AFCON, Honorable Member. But we did pick up on different media platforms. But I thought the CEO was responding to your question.
CEO, any challenges that you reported to the department?
I'm not sure she's on the call.
Oh, again. Okay, Chairperson, I think I'll do my written questions regarding that because it's so sad, you know, when you read things on the media platform regarding Banyana Banyana and how they suffered, and even though they must eat until they fought until their last fight. So we really need to back them up. As much as the minister said, we need to back them up. So it's not only the committee, but the whole nation. And we really need to make sure that women in sport, they become one of the best in the country, as much as they are the best in their country and achieving a lot. So we also need to give them their flowers while they are still alive. So we need to make sure that we keep them safe, and we need to show them that we love them so much by supporting them. I submit, and thank you so much, Chairperson.
Thank you so much, Honorable Member. Honorable members and guests.
Excuse me, Chair.
Open doors for...
Excuse me, Chair. Ms. Duncan's hand is up. Maybe she would like to respond to Mr. Mutaung's questions.
Please proceed. Thank you, Portfolio Secretary. Please unmute. Lauren Duncan. Unmute. Honorable members, she has opened doors for women's sport in South Africa. She has the ability to inspire. She's the founder player of Bafana Bafana. And she's not only a coach, but also a pioneer. She has turned Banyana Banyana into a symbol of hope From the streets of the Cape Flats to the world stage, I am now going to call upon Dr. Desiree Ellis, better known as Ellis in Wonderland. You have the opportunity now to flirt. The minister is here. To flirt SAFA, they are here. To flirt everyone, the portfolio committee that is here. And also if you have issues with gender equality, you have the opportunity now to ask and to tell us your experience. Tell us if you are happy about your salary, tell this committee so that we can see how can we intervene, not interfere. Dr. Desiree Ellis.
Good afternoon, Chairperson. Honorable members, I wasn't sure what my role was in that remarks, but I just want to go back a couple of years to where I started. Schools football was the building blocks back then. And I think that needs to be come back really. How things have changed since I started. I think I'm from the Western Cape and I played in Cape Town, and we had one league in our region and a knockout competition. We had an interprovincial tournament. Now we have leagues in the regions. We have leagues in LFAs, under 15, under 17, under 13. We have development leagues in some regions that get promotion to the regional leagues, that get promotion to the provincial leagues, that get promotion to the Hollywood Bet Super League. I think the next step has to be professional. We've been crying out since 2019 when we went to the World Cup, when we went to 23 World Cup. We've been crying out. We've been competing against teams that are fully professional. And the expectation is from Banyana to compete with these teams. And we still have players that work 9 to 5. And then we get to the last 16 and we're still crying out. It's now 3 years later. We're still crying out for a professional league. I think the next step has to be that. I think what also has helped our football is university sport. You have the USA Club Champs. You also have the Varsity Cup as well. With regards to the national team, when I played, most of the players were unemployed. I lost my job playing for the national team, and now I think I played 10 years. I had 32 caps. Now they play 10 plus competitions, 10 plus matches and competitions per year. There's also, with the help of the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture, you have now an under 15 national team. A lot of more players have degrees now. We sort of an educated team, for a lack of a better word. Some are currently still studying. And I want to just say thank you to Cecil. They came on board in 2009 and it's really, really helped us. We now have Standard Bank as well, but we're crying out for more corporates. It's not just for Banyana, it's for our U17s, it's for our U20s, it's for our leagues to elevate the game. And I think, that's really important. But also a big thank you to the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture for always supporting us and for always coming on board. We're not where we want to be, but we are a step in the right direction. I think more can be done. More camps can be had, but we are also governed by the FIFA windows. More camps can be had, more staff can be had, more camps for U17s, more camps for U20s, but we need more corporates to come on board to be able to assist us with that. I'm not sure what else, Chair, that you want me to speak about, but if there are any questions, you can direct it my way.
My apologies. I just went flat on the other gadget. Thank you so much for sharing your wisdom, and as well as what is going on within your sector. And what we need in all of this is an essence of good governance. If there's any member would like to pose a question to Dr. Ellis. If none, I am now going to call upon the Minister to have his closing remarks.
Is someone, Chair?
Before the Minister, I see a hand. I see a hand. Honorable Mtetwa.
Thank you, Chair. Dr. Desri.
Yes, sir.
You're coming in, you're from, I don't know what happened. Oh, you're coming in from the Cape Flats at a time when it was not fashionable for a woman to be in such a sport. What were the challenges that you were faced with that you can assist to encourage a child, a woman child who's not privy of who Desiree is, what happened for her to play soccer, especially from our cultural background?
Thank you, Honorable Member. The first thing was it wasn't the norm for a girl to play football. I was ostracized many times. I played in a league. I was told to pull down my pants to make sure that I'm a girl because girls don't play football the way I played football. But I think the one thing that helped me was the support of my parents. My parents supported me 100%. My late father used to take me to training, used to take me to games. And through that, I think I changed minds and perceptions. I remember going to training one day and going to a game one day when there were some guys walking behind me and they said, let's go watch this ladies, let's have a bit of a laugh. I think after that, they became our biggest supporters. I think it's about changing mindsets. It's about changing perceptions. I think it's still the norm that the girls work is in the kitchen. But I think university football in giving bursaries to athletes has changed a lot of that. I think having a U15 national team, having a U17 national team has helped a lot of changing those perceptions because it is more open now, even though probably in the rural areas, probably in some disadvantaged backgrounds, you still have parents that say it isn't normal for a girl to play football. But we as Banyana Banyana, our successes, us being on TV, players, posting about their being graduates, posting about all of those things, has also changed minds and perceptions. I think the important thing is for parents to realize that there are opportunities, not just through women's football, but through sport, with bursaries being given both locally and abroad, with players now going to play professional football. You listen to some of the stories of players playing abroad where their parents didn't want them to play, where they had to hide their boots in a packet and go until their parents eventually came to a game and saw how talented their players, their children are, and be able to support them. That is just my message.
In terms of your knowledge, you think safeguarding for women is sufficient? But whether in terms of the regulations or the laws or the policies or common practice
I think
versus the actual safety of a girl child?
I think both are important in a certain way. I think safeguarding is important. The other day when we were training out in Morocco, I went onto the field and I looked for objects on the field. I looked to close holes of the field and they asked me, what am I doing? And I said, that is part of safeguarding, to be able to make sure that the space that the player is going to train on is safe to train on, is suitable to train on. I think it's a little bit of both. I think it's also encouraging that there's a safe place where you can report anything, that you're not going to be victimized, that you're not going to be looked at in a different way if you report that. I think that is a safe space. But I think I'm not just talking about safeguarding. I'm going to go even deeper. I think cyberbullying has become big. I think that has become big. Everybody goes onto social media and just goes in. As sports people, we're open to criticism. There's no two ways about it. But I think a line has to be drawn when it becomes personal. That's where a line has to be drawn because, sir, it could be your daughter. It could be you yourself. And how would you react in that way? That has become so big that we've seen people commit suicide. We've seen players retire from sport because of that. I think that is the big ill now more than the safeguarding issue.
And then in terms of the regulatory framework or the provisions by the system to safeguard women? Do you think that they are sufficient?
I think I've missed a lot of the meeting though because I had other commitment, but I just think that there's always more that can be done. We must always look at when we do something, we do it in a certain way. When that competition is done, there's obviously we look back and say, when we go to the next competition, this is what we need to do. There's always lessons learned out of something. And I think we mustn't just look with our eyes closed or look with a closed cap. We must be able to broaden that to say what more can be done. I think it's just to sit down with relevant stakeholders to be able to see how we can improve on that, how we can better that to make sure that that safeguarding policy or that safety issue is sorted out, because you can have that policy, but something will always come for you to be able to change that policy. There's never ever something in there that will safeguard everything, because as I said, there's always a challenge that comes out of something that you've already sorted out.
All right. Do you think there are the platforms for you to communicate to make such suggestions are open for your ideas?
Me, I'm a person that will go in and say my suggestions. I'm not a person that will hold back. I'm a person that will go in and say, this is what I need. This is what I think needs to happen. This is what I think needs to be done here. Because I work with people and I need to make sure that the people that I work with is taken care of.
Yeah. It's one thing to
honorable member.
I beg us?
Wrap up your questions.
Okay, it's one thing to go in and say and just say that I have said, but it's also important to know whether such ideas are well received in a space that is predominantly dominated by men. What is your take?
Some, obviously, not everything can be solved. Not everything is done immediately. But I must admit that some of the things is added on. We wanted more players. We got more players. We wanted extra staff. We got extra staff. We wanted to camp earlier. Maybe that wasn't the exact dates was a compromise. But some of the things, obviously, you get done, and other things maybe for a later stage gets worked on.
My last question is, what is your ultimate dream that you wish you could have a particular role or a particular program under your name that can impact on a girl child growing in South Africa? What would be your dream?
I think not enough is done
You've
at
got a
grassroots.
platform to say your dream today.
Not enough is done at grassroots level, sir. I think more needs to
What
be
would
done.
you want to do?
I think more playing time for young girls, more participation for young girls, because the game is the teacher. I think in all the provinces, there should be age group related games or competitions for young girls to participate in. There should be that opportunity given to them. And on a higher level, we may, before I'm no longer around, a professional league. It's got to happen. There's got to be that little bit at the bottom, but there's got to be that carrot on top. A professional league is of utmost importance. We lose players because they have to put food on the table. We lose players because they work weekends. Players work 9 to 5. They train in the evening. And these same players are the ones that play for the national team. Can you just imagine if they just needed to concentrate on football, where we would be in women's football?
And they've been doing
Thank you.
great, better than
Thank
Bafana
you.
Bafana. I'm just concluding,
Thank you.
Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Mtetwa. Let me make this remark. I was giving members opportunity to ask a question, so when they leave, they can at least go home and say, "Hey, I engaged with Alice in Wonderland." On the program, there's no place for interrogation. It was remarks by the head coach. So I've given an opportunity. I'm also going to ask Honorable Mataung 2 questions, please. Honorable Molatani, you can ask 5 questions. Wrap up, Honorable Mtetwa.
Thank you, Chair. There's a challenge as a country that we're facing now. And as players that are bound to go to other countries when South Africa is seen as a country that hates other African countries or Africans, what impact has it caused or has it done or psychologically to the team and yourself when you're out there?
We went to Morocco. There was no such issues. We traveled. We traveled to Lagos. There was no such issues. We traveled back. There was no such issues. We beat Nigeria. Traveled to Lagos. There was no such issues, as far as I know. There was no problem out of that.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, and thank you for doing the great job that you are doing for the country. You are representing the country when you're out there. You're not representing individuals and what, and we really appreciate your work. Thanks.
Thank you, sir.
Honorable Mataung.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. Mine is it's only one. What kind of inspiration words you can give to a child who wants to play soccer, and those that are based in the rural areas, township, and coming from disadvantaged families? What kind of inspirational words that you can give them?
I grew up in a family of 4 girls and a boy, and I always loved the game of football. It was difficult at the time. I used to play in the street with the boys, and I had this dream of playing for the national team. And I think that's where it started, that we must not stop dreaming and believing. When our former late president, Nelson Mandela, was released, I got the opportunity to go try out for the national team. I think my story is a story of perseverance. My story is a story of hope. I lost my job playing for the national team. I was out of work for 3 years, but I still persevered. And I think for that young girl out in the rural community, for that young girl out in the township, for that young girl out in a disadvantaged community, we all have a God-given talent. And I think that's one thing that you need to pursue. You need to find someone that will support you. It might not be your parents. It might not be your one parent who has 3 jobs. It might be your coach. It might be the coach that's the one that drives you. And when the opportunity comes, that you grab that opportunity. Nowadays, in the past, we didn't have bursaries from university. My parents could not afford it. My sister got a bursary. Nowadays, if you have the talent, doesn't matter what sport you have, you get an opportunity to continue with your talent in playing the sport, but also to be educated through university. And that is what has changed in terms of sport in the country, getting that opportunity. And then from there, getting that opportunity. So never stop believing, never stop dreaming, work on being better, because on that one particular day that you are playing that game, there might be someone watching. And that someone might be your way out. When you step onto that field, make sure that you give your best on that day, because otherwise someone else will grab that opportunity. Because I get calls from all over that this player was seen, that player was seen, and I'll send someone there that's in that area to go and have a look and give me a report back. So on that day, if you didn't do your best, somebody else would grab your opportunity.
Thank you so much. My last words is to say thank you so much for being a great coach, for being a great human being, for being a sister, for being a mother to these kids as well. And I love to say thank you again to your support staff and everyone. I know you guys have been through thick and thin, through fire and water. Even sometimes when you mask it, we can see it. But as a nation, we love to say thank you and keep up doing the great job for the nation. And just know, even if the stadiums are not filled up, we'll always love you, we'll always back you. Even if we're watching through the TV, we'll always make sure that we celebrate you each and every time, anywhere, everywhere. We salute you guys and we love you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you,
Indeed,
Chairperson.
thank you, Honorable Matahung. If you would like to, the book is titled Magic from Salt River to the World Cup 2023 by the Honorable Molatani.
Thank you very much, Modula Stulo. Ke lebohele sebaka se le nna ke se fuwang. I think today we are so much blessed, Chairperson, to be talking to one of the great women in soccer and one of the great women whom we are looking up to, especially when it comes to women's soccer. So I just want to check with Dr. Ellis the challenges that she used to have during that time and the challenges women players are having nowadays. What is the difference? Are we getting better or are we getting from bad to worse?
Chalk and cheese, to be honest, honorable member. Chalk and cheese. I mean, back in the day, I lost my job. We never got paid a lot of money. We never got a lot of opportunities to play. In 10 years, I played for the national team 32 times. Now they play 10 plus competition matches a year. I think also there's parity now in terms of bonuses with the men's team. All that has changed. There's more competitions. There's university football. There's bursaries. There's professional football abroad. We have a U15 team, national team. We have a U17 national team, a U20 national team that plays on a regular basis. Maybe there's a need for an under 23 team because sometimes a U20 player is not ready yet to go to a senior level, and then we might lose them along the way. We have all these competitions. We governed by the FIFA dates. We regularly play on the FIFA dates. More competitions. There's LFA football. Back in the day, there was one league in Cape Town, just Cape Town itself. Now you have a development league, you have a regional league, you have a provincial league. So a lot of things has changed in terms of giving opportunities. But that can only grow and get better with more corporates coming on board, with more sponsorship coming on board. Because if there are more sponsorships on board, there will be more competitions. There will be more opportunities for our youth national teams to participate, to play, and that can only make the game better.
No, thank you very much, Dr. Ellis. It's good to hear that at least as the nation we are going somewhere. We are starting to recognize the women's soccer, which is something that I think in 5 years' time we want to see the women's soccer be in a league of the men's soccer, where we have a full league for women team, where we have a full sponsors for women team, where you can be able to have a pool of players to choose from for all the national duties. Let me just congratulate you for the job well done that you are doing to South Africa. Keep on doing what you know best. Keep on being the mother to those ladies. I know it's not easy because at some point as a women we are getting disadvantaged because we are women. Sometimes we don't get a proper support, and I hope DSEC they will support you fully. You together with your team. I hope SAFA will do more on what they are doing so that we can be able to be in the league of the men's team. Thank you very much, Dr. Ellis. All the best for future.
Thank you,
Again,
Honorable.
thank you. Thank you
Mr.
so
Chair,
much on behalf of the doc.
Mr. Chair, can I just say something, if it's
Yes,
possible?
please.
I almost want to beg, for a lack of a better word, but I think a professional league is not 5 years from now. A professional league is yesterday already. Corporates to come on board to assist us with that. These players have played, in my time, we were hoping for a professional league. I've retired more than 20 years ago from the game. And in 2019, we spoke about a professional league for sponsors to come on board. After we beat Italy, who's got a fully professional league, we spoke about having a professional league. I'm not forgetting the grassroots football, because you've got to have a start and you've got to have a carrot at the end. And I think both can work together. So I'm urging corporates to come on board for us to have grassroots football active and a professional league as of yesterday.
Thank you so much, honorable members. On behalf of yourself, I want to say when the name came up, Alice and also Banyana Banyana, I must say this is a historical moment for us as a committee, because since the establishment of the 7th Parliament of this committee, you have actually brought the minister around this table, the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture around this table. You have also brought the Commission for Gender Equality around this table, as well as SAFA Women's Football. Again, many thanks and good luck with Banyana Banyana and the future of soccer, with particular reference to women in South Africa. I'm going to call upon the minister to address us
Mr. Chairperson, we are losing you.
That, we will
Mr. Chairperson,
stay behind as members. Okay, can you hear me now?
Mr. Chairperson, please switch off
No,
your
Chair,
camera.
we can't hear you.
Issue on the agenda, which is the adoption
Can you hear me now?
of the minutes. Am I audible now?
Yes, Chair, we
Yeah,
are
yes,
only
Chair.
hearing you now. We are only hearing you now.
Wait.
If you can maybe just repeat what you were saying, Chair.
I don't know what I said last, but members will stay behind, and we will deal with the approval of the agenda. Again, thank you so much to the coach of Banyana, who have brought so many role players around this table. We have listened to numerous entities. We also say thank you to everyone who has contributed to this meeting. Saskok, thank you for your informative information that you have given to us and everyone that has contributed. So the Minister, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Chair, I just want to thank everyone, but I want to, most importantly, I want to thank Dr. Ellis, or Coach, as I call her. You know, and make a call on South Africans. Banyana Banyana suffered tremendously with cyberbullying because of their sexuality at times. And myself and the coach has had a tough time, the coach Desiree Ellis, to keep them motivated. Some of these girls were so insulted by members of the public on social media. I remember it was the day before we played Nigeria. We were on the phone with the coach, where she's like, "Minister, it's so bad here. Look," and I said, "I saw those videos what people are saying." And I said to a coach, I even had to write a message. I said, "Please read this message to our players. And I want to make a call to South Africans. People decide they can be who they want to be. If they are lesbian or gay, it should not be something that we look down upon people. We are all God's children. And into the abuse, Honorable Chairperson, some of these young players are going through. And I remember one of the players, people lost their minds when one of the players left back. I never reprimanded that player, simply because I could understand it was built up anger of a young child becoming a adult, and still nothing has changed for them. So I'm asking with my last 20 seconds if we can stop the cyberbullying of our players. They've done us proud. When they beat Nigeria, I felt like they won the World Cup. That was really the one game I wanted them to win, if truth be told. And they did that. I also want to thank the CEO of SAFA and SAFA because under difficult circumstances, they kept the dream alive of Banyana Banyana. And I can assure the coach, she said we must have a league in 5 years. The time is now. That league will start next year. Thank you very much. Thank you, Honorable Chair. Thank you to the members of the Portfolio Committee. Thank you.
I can't wait
Thank you
for
so
that
much,
league
Minister.
chairperson. I can't wait
Please,
for that league chairperson.
can we flight the minutes?
Thank you, Chair. I'll be leaving the meeting.
I thought the minister was going to thank me too for acceding to his call. I'm going to attend women's games now.
Can I say through you, I just want to thank Honorable Mtetwa, not for him attending the games, but for the fact that today he came up for sports. He always fights for culture and for music and for the creators. But today I see he fights for sports. So miracles do happen at this committee. Thank you so much, Honorable Mtetwa.
Yeah, so you must
Thank
keep
you.
the tickets for me.
Thank you, honorable members. Am I audible? I am on so many gadgets. Am I audible?
Yes, you are,
You are
Chair.
audible, Modula Stulo.
Yes.
Chair.
Can we go?
Can we be excused, myself and
Yes.
the officials? Thank you very much.
Yes. Yes. Thank you so much. Thank you to the department. Members, I suggest we go to the minutes one step at a time. We have read it. Can we accept it as read and approved it? I get it. Members went through the minutes. Just indicate to us the minutes and the date of the of that is flighted now.
These are the minutes of the 23rd of June, 2026, Chair.
Yeah, thank you. Please proceed because I am having challenges now. Please proceed.
May we leave the meeting?
Yes, please. My apologies, CEO. Thank you for attending.
Thank you.
Can we get a seconder and a proposal and a seconder for this minutes?
I propose
Honorable Motaung, I propose that we adopt.
Okay. The second batch. Indicate the date.
Mr. Chair, I heard Mr. Motaung moving for adoption. I did not hear a seconder.
There is two, Molatani or
Yes, Chair.
Mtetwa.
I second the adoption of the minutes.
Can we get the second batch? The second batch.
Minutes of the meeting of the 4th of August, 2026. Chair, is it your background that is making noise?
Yes, I'm struggling. Can you hear me now?
Yes, that it's much better, Chair. These are the minutes of the 4th of August, 2026.
Okay, can we go through it? Please indicate if there's any issues. Can we get a proposal and a seconder on this minutes? I see the hand of Honorable Molatani. Honorable Molatani.
Oh, thank you, Chairperson. I propose for the adoption of the second batch of minutes. Thank you,
Thank
Chair.
you. Honorable Mataung.
I'd love to second, Chairperson.
Thank you. The next batch. Just indicate to us when is the last batch.
These are the minutes of the 11th of August, 2026, Chair.
Thank you. Can we go through it? Second and a proposal. I see the Honorable Mataung.
I'd love to propose, Chairperson.
Thank you. There's a proposal. Seconder. I can't see hands, but feel free to speak through the mic.
Molotani.
Second. Thank you so much. Can we get the next batch of minutes? How many left, Portfolio Secretary? One set left. August. Please proceed. Can we get a seconder, a proposal and a seconder?
Chairperson, on this one of 18 August.
Yes, Honorable.
I think on the resolutions. Remember, I've requested the department to finish us with the minutes and the attendance register of the steering committee. Can someone remind DPWI on that as I proposed for the adoption?
Is that included, Portfolio Secretary?
Yes, Chair, is in the meeting. We will send a reminder to DPWI. Number
What
8 on the resolution. Number
what
8
is
of the
the-
resolutions.
What is the due date? 21. Can
It was
we
the
write to
21st of August.
So they have exceed that date.
Yes,
Yes,
Chairperson.
Chair.
Sorry,
As
Chair.
usual.
We've
Just a
written to
second.
the DPWI chairperson and we've sent through the list of the resolutions to both DPWI and DSEC, and we're still awaiting the requested information, Chair.
Thank you,
You know,
Jabulile.
Chairperson, the reason they failed to submit those minutes is because, in short, the minister was lying to us. There is no steering committee that is sitting in Sarabaratma.
But remember also, honorable member, let's wait for that. I'm gonna call the director directly before you can move out to a site visit there. I'm gonna tell her that you want to go and has been delegated by the committee to do a site visit. Okay, who was second this?
I second that, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Mataung. Then how many batches left?
One to go, Chair.
Yes, please
Two,
flight the one.
one.
Please flight it. Members, you must be tired. We had a week and a half, and I must say thank you to everyone.
This is the second last one, Chair. This is the second last one.
Second last. Let's proceed.
Minutes of the 7th of August, 2026.
Why are you flighting these minutes in confused sequences? 7 August. It seems that you are also tired.
Very true, Chair.
7 August, let's go for it. Any issues, please feel free to mention. Can we get a proposal and a second on this?
I propose the adoption, Chair.
Thank you to our patient.
And I'd love to second, Chair.
Thank you so much, Honorable Motaung. The last one. And then Honorable Cabo can drive to Christiana.
Minutes of the 21st of August, 2026, Chair.
Please proceed.
Chairperson, on this one, ne?
Yes, Honorable Member.
You will hear when I've read the minutes in time. Person, on this one, on the resolutions, remember, there is somewhere where I've requested to be finished with the attendance register and the minutes of the meeting between DSEC, Department of Basic Education, and the
Yes.
Royal Bafokeng Management or whoever
Yes.
who's responsible for the stadium.
Yes.
I was given a whole lot of documents and I managed to go through those documents one by one, but I didn't find the attendance register where the representative of the Bafokeng Royal Stadium Management was part of the meeting, chairperson. And if chairperson allows me to go through, there was one document which I was sent from that bundle of documents, where it shows that the Department of, in fact, DSEC, when they planned for this school sports in Northwest,
Yes.
they had an alternative venue, which was supposed to be a Port, and that stadium of Port was meeting all the standards that the World Athletics want. And there's a letter that was written by the HOD of sports in Northwest to DG to plead with them not to take those games out of Northwest because there was some service provider that they have already contracted and they've already signed the contract and they are worried that if those games are going to be taken out of Northwest, that is going to cost them and it's going to be a fruitless and wasteful expenditure. And already the issue of the venues around Port, they were already been taken care of when they realized that they need to have two venues. If one doesn't go through, then they can fall to the second venue. But I'm still worried because we haven't been given a concrete reason why did they took those games out of Northwest, whereas Northwest has pleaded with them. And I think this information I'm talking about, it was never been part of the presentation that was done last week Friday, Chairperson. So
On which
I don't
point is
know.
it here?
Chairperson, I'm talking to the minutes that I've requested
Yes.
regarding, yes.
I'm trying to assess which point on the resolutions so that we can follow up on that particular issue.
Point number 2 on the resolutions.
Oh, okay.
Provide
I
minutes
see.
and attendance register of the last 3 meetings involving joint planning between DSEC, DBE, and Royal Bafokeng Stadium related to the 2026 championships to the portfolio committee secretary before the end of the
Yes.
meeting.
Now recall.
Yes, Chair. Yes, Chair.
So yes, I recall now. Portfolio secretary, if we can do a follow-up letter on that. I recall now.
We did.
And it's very
We did,
essential that we have
Chairperson.
that.
We did, Chairperson, and they haven't responded till today. We did with the portfolio secretaries. They haven't responded till
Okay,
today.
let's do
Chairperson.
this. Let's do this on these two issues. Portfolio Secretary, can we draft a letter on my behalf with these two issues direct to the minister, and then we can CC the director due to the veracity of the case and the responses.
And on top of that, Chairperson, on the email that I've also requested. Remember, they said that when you book, let me just say, when you book an accommodation, Chairperson, if you don't pitch up or you decided to cancel accommodation, they are going to refund you, but they are going to keep a certain portion of money, Chairperson. But in this instance, I don't understand, Chairperson, how did they fail to get a refund, and then the accommodation people can be able to keep a certain percentage of money. I've also requested that on the letter, we need to get the names of those accommodation
That has
where
been
they
refunded. Yes.
that they book accommodation with, which did not refund them. And the other
Yes.
thing, on the very same issue, Chairperson,
Chair, on
the
a point of
minister.
order, Chair.
Just a second, Honorable Teto, I'm going to give you now.
Can I call a
Honorable,
point of order, Chair? It's a point of order.
what is the point of order, Honorable Member?
The point of order is that can we not discuss the minutes, the matters arising from the minutes, and defer those to the next meeting, so that when we look at the issues that we had spoken about but were never achieved, then we present those as matters arising from the previous meeting.
Okay, you're correct, Honorable Teto, but I think due to the urgency of this, let's deal with this issue. We're already done with it. It is two issues. It is important issues, and if the committee can give permission so that I can write on behalf of the committee on those two issues direct to the minister and CC the director. Is that in order, Mr. Teto?
It's fine, Chair. I was just saying procedurally that's what would happen in a meeting.
Thank you. Can we then have a proposal and a seconder on this?
I propose adoption, Chair.
Thank you. Seconder?
I will second, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Molatani. Honorable members, that brings us to the end of this very important meeting. And again, it was a very hard week for us. Have a nice weekend, relax, and take care. This meeting stands adjourned.
Thank
Bye-bye, everyone.
you.